少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harmed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harmed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助け
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harmed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين وجميع الحاضرين في البوب جيمنج أرينا لليوم الثاني من دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال في موسمها الخامس هنا في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية الرياض. نستكمل أحداث التصفيات في اليوم المصيري من البطولة. 3 فرق متواجدة معانا في هذا اليوم، نودع واحد منهم وبنتعرف على فريقين متأهلين وضامنين تواجدهم في البطولة العالمية MSC في بطولة كأس العالم EWC. معاكم في تقديم الحدث داود سانستون. داود، بتشرف في تواجدي معاكم لهذه التصفيات ولهذه البطولة. هلا قبل ما نعرفكم على مجريات اليوم الثاني وقبل ما نعرفكم على الفرق المتواجدة معانا في نهائيات التصفيات وفي يومنا الثاني، نعطيكم فيديو نخبركم نبذة بسيطة وقصة بسيطة عن الفرق المتواجدة وكيفية وصولهم إلى هذه المرحلة من البطولة. تفضلوا معنا بالفيديو، نرجع لكم بعد ثواني بسيطة.
الكل معي في كي سبورت يتأهلون.
وفريق الويست ماينز التصفيات موجود.
يا إلهي العريض، يا رباه على التنسيق.
الفالكونز تيم بيكونوا حاضرين، استفزهم التويستد ماينز.
حضورنا الكرام، اليوم الثاني زي ما حكينا هو اليوم المصيري لهذه البطولة. ال3 فرق عم تتنافس على جوائز قيمتها تقريبا 100,000 دولار، وأكيد ما ننسى لقب بطل إقليم الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا للموسم الخامس من دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال. مين يا ترى اللي حينال الشرف بتمثيل الإقليمين، ومين يا ترى اللي حيمثل المملكة العربية السعودية في البطولة العالمية؟ قبل ما نفوت في مجريات اليوم الثاني، نخبركم على احد الفعاليات اللي هتكون شغاله معنا على مدار ال3 ايام وعلى مدار نهائيات البطوله. واول واحده منهم هي منافسه البينجو كارد. بنعرفكم على الشروط اللي لازم تتحقق والجوائز اللي حيتم توزيعها خلال ال3 ايام للبطوله. هلا مبدئيا في عندنا اوريدي كم شرط اتحققوا معنا باليوم الاول، زي ما انتم شايفين مثلا تيم وايب اوت، دبل كيل، ثيرد دايف كيل، شوت داون، واللورد ستيل. في كمان كم واحده لا تنسى. وهلا احنا بندور على 5 شروط تتحقق ورا بعض، وباذن الله بنوزع لكم CD كي لابيك تشيست تقدروا تستخدموه خلال اللعبه. طبعا في عندنا 50 استخدام لهذا الكود، فاول 50 شخص بيستخدموه بيربحوا معانا هاي الجائزه. وهلا احنا اوريدي عندنا شرطين لازم نزيدهم، الا وهما شرط الليجندري ومانيا. هات نشوف وين هي عندنا ليجندري، يعني قربنا على 3 بالخط الاخير، وعندنا كمان مانياك موجوده هون يا حبيبي، يعني قربنا عندنا 3 قربنا كثير على توزيع الجوائز خلال اليوم الثاني من البطوله. فانا صراحه بدي اشوف ايش رح يصير معنا في مباريات اليوم ومتى حنقدر نوزع هاي الجوائز. شكرا and thank you very much. وهلا حضورنا الكرام، دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال في يومنا الثاني بيبدأ بتواجد البطل بالدفاع عن لقبه فريق تويستد مايندز، وأمامه حيكون حصان الأسود لهذه البطولة فريق GK سبورتس. مين يا ترى اللي حيفوز مباراتنا الأولى لليوم وحيضمن تأهله وتواجده في البطولة العالمية MSC؟ كل هاي الأمور نتركها عند الاستوديو التحليلي الأسطوري في البوب جيمنج أرينا، عند الأسطورة يونس بالتقديم مع المعلقين والمحللين ياسو والدون بيج. تفضل معنا بالاستوديو التحليلي لنبتدي مجريات اليوم الثاني من تصفيات دوري المحترفين مواجهة الأبطال في موسمنا الخامس.
favorites to win this all as well. They were picking, you know, the Harith that was left open, the Roger for Sano, again with the same jungler, the Barats, that is, you know, the favorite for Twisted Minds. So I feel like a lot of things that are happening for Twisted Minds has been very, very good. I feel like for them, the way they want to draft against the other players of Team Falcons, but now focusing towards Twisted Minds and GK Esports drafting phase, in which they will be able to craft something beautiful. That Harith ban quickly from GK Esports. They don't want to let this Harith go towards the hands of Sano, because that Harith was what destroyed Team Falcons yesterday in a 12-minute game, which is, you know, I feel like something that is very, very quick, a quick end to a game. So that Harith is a problem and is strong in this patch, so they don't want to give it for free. The Fredrin ban as well coming through from GK Esports, kind of just disabling Soda to be able to get the Lord Prios that he has later on as the game progresses.
Yep, once again, I said earlier that the most valuable asset currently in the meta is that global presence. You can see the importance of the Luoyi, the Chips, the Moskov, and also the Angela brings you a lot of ways to be able to cover the long lane and also catch up to team fights quite fast. And when it comes down to the late game, it's gonna be harder for you to deal with those heroes. But I like the Mathilda pick here coming in from Twisted Minds. I don't know why in MPL Indonesia and also MPL PH, that Mathilda pick in the Real Care season, it was one of the best heroes in the game. It's almost banned in every matches. I believe the frequency in MPL Indonesia, Mathilda is the second most prio hero throughout the regular season, but somehow in the playoffs, they didn't use it at all. I generally don't get that.
Yeah, the Mathilda was nowhere to be seen. And yeah, I was thinking in my mind, if they're going to pick the Mathilda, they're going to pick up the Barats, and they did. They will try to hover that Barats, and they will pick it eventually. This Mathilda-Barats combo is just disgusting to deal with. It is usually the counter towards Ling, towards a jungler that is really dependent on the purple buff, but they will pick it up this time, and without having that thought of trying to counter something, this Mathilda-Barats combo is already strong in and of itself. So this will be the enabler for Twisted Minds to get their hands on the objective, to get their hands on the things that they want to prioritize later on in the game. And the Paquito will be left alone on his own devices later on. For Sanji, Sanji really likes to play this Paquito as well, one of his favorite heroes, one of his signature for Twisted Minds. Now for GK Esports, how do they respond to this? I mean, they have that Valentina with the IMU, which might be able to survive with the Detona, with a stolen Detona, but you know, the question is how they will try to fight this in a front-to-back scenario.
Yeah, I like the Roger too. It brings a lot of flexibility on how you want to approach the team fight. And a Moskov ban coming in finally for GK Esports. One hero that's not really priored so much in this MPL MENA playoffs compared to the other regions out there. But this is going to be very, very interesting. As you can see, we're also banned for Twisted Minds. So GK Esports, they haven't picked their roamer just yet. And those healers is also a good match for a Roger, especially if you're playing a Roger against a healer. It's always bad for you because Roger is more of a finisher, kind of like Martis with a decimation. Roger procs his passive when the opponent's HP is very, very low, and when there's a healer that can, you know, top your HP up in a second, it's gonna be hard to play that kind of hero. Now, what you want to do is to extend that, enhance the durability of that Roger. So I like the way Twisted Minds are banning right now.
Yeah, the Minotaur ban as well towards the player of GK Esports really just disables that engage potential. I mean, for GK Esports, they have the Yuzong with the Black Dragon form and the Fierce Dive, which main initiation tool, but they have way so much escape coming for Twisted Minds. You know, the Guiding Wind that could easily be cancelled by the Minotaur stomp or like the knockup, so they don't really want to get that given to GK Esports. Now for the last two picks, interesting to see they are yet to pick up a jungler for themselves, but they will pick up the Joy, a hero that has not
wow.
yet been seen that much.
Oh, no.
Now, with a win rate of 75% in MPL MENA Season 5, well, that's a huge win rate, but they're hovering
what?
the Adept. I think they'll pick it up though. There is no way they'll pick they will pick up this Adept, because this Adept really needs, I don't know, something that could really just enable her to get her hands on the Swan Song. But a standalone Odette is not something that I really want to play, especially when the enemy has a Yuzong, has a Valentina, has a Roger, a Joy that could just jump in towards this Odette. So I don't think that they will pick this up. I feel like this is just a hover from Twisted Minds.
Oh, maybe you're thinking about it backwards, Realize. I think they already locked the... There you go, 2 picks that we haven't seen at all in MPL Indonesia. Odette and also Clint and also a Grok to close out the trap for Shen. Now, what I want to say is, you said about the dives coming in towards the Odette, but that's exactly what Odette wants. When there's a lot of people there, she's going to proc the damage even more and also stack more shields up there. But this Joy, man, I'm sorry, but I generally do not like the Joy pick here, because there is just too much durability coming in from Twisted Minds. It's gonna be hard for you to be able to burst down some of the members of Twisted Minds in this case, and that 75% win rate, I think that's no longer the Joy that we know, man. It's always been nerfed over and over again in every patch, and right now Joy hasn't seen the light of day in MPL playoffs, in PH, in ID, and in any other regions out there.
Yeah, interesting to see how this Odette will operate. Now that I think of it retrospectively, Chefin might have made a good point where Odette really wants to, be up there standing where a lot of people are clumped up towards her, and that is the moment where she will be the one popping up the Swan Song, and that is going to be the, kind of like the key to victory for Twisted Minds with this Odette. But again, when she is going to be bursted down instantly with the Joy running out the electrifying beats, or the Roger with the pounce, that is where it spells trouble for Twisted Minds. So they need to navigate a way to be able to enable this Odette. I feel like the Matilda is there kind of to save her as well. You have the Barat as a perfect frontliner to stop that. Yeah, a lot of options to traverse around the drafting phase, the composition that is Twisted Minds composition. So yeah, interesting to see how this will play out. And the Clint as well, a good option for extra range and mobility when you have that Roger playing against you. So yeah, a lot of surprise picks that kind of makes me excited as well on how the diversity there is in MPL MENA Season 5. A lot of heroes being picked up in which in other regions has not been that famous or that popular.
So I am very pumped, Realize, especially with this Odette pick, because I've seen some TikTok videos that left me speechless. Odette deals that much damage? You can see here once again. Yeah, even without the first skill and second skill, you can burst down an opponent with a single Swan Song, and the burst damage is no joke. As we take a look at the composition once again, what do you got, Realize?
I don't know, I feel like I really want to see the niche composition win, but at the same time for Team GK Esports, they have kind of like rounded themselves up a perfect composition to just rile around these players as Twisted Minds. But we'll see. The Land of Dawn for MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs. Upper bracket finals, Twisted Minds against GK Esports. Who will be the victors and who will advance to the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5. Game number 1, Twisted Minds against GK Esports now. Of course, a lot of things to checklist. The winning conditions. Are you certain, Chefin, that this Odette will have the chance to pop her ultimate?
I do think that, because right now I believe Odette, when she popped the Swan Song, she's not really that bothered with CCs anymore, and she got a lot of shield on her hand to be able to prolong her durability in a team fight. And we have a this combo of Matilda. I don't know if you know this, Realize, but Oh My Venus and also Wise use this very often, or maybe Blacklist International when they are trusting out the Matilda and Odette combo. Meanwhile, the bottom lane though, it's gonna be a burst down onto a Costa Rica. No, still has 1 HP. But back to my point earlier, you can combo out the guiding wind on the circling eagle towards a swan song, and that's gonna be a moving swan song combo. Gonna be very interesting.
Oof! First blood though for Shen, and they get the double kill for GK Esports with Mark as well running around. And that is 2 quick kills out of the pockets of GK Esports. And wow. Back to the topic of that Swan Song interaction. I feel like there's also a unique interaction, Chefin, where, you know, Gord with the Mystic Gush, when he is tethered to a guiding wind, he will be running around and flying around with the, you know, with the Mystic Gush. So I feel like that is also something that we can highlight. But Costa Rica already taken down by Sanji. Sanji will flicker away, but then the Detona's welcome is perfect to the lockdown mark in place. Guardian Barrier is not going to be enough for Shen to get another kill, and that is 2 quick kills pulled back by Twisted Minds.
Already seeing the weakness of Choi. Can't really evade those CCs anymore, as Hoda surely will be able to secure this one unless one of us contest this one. Shen might be going down here. Sanji wants to commit onto this. Hoda, one more hit, one more basic attack, and he got it quite easily. Meanwhile, Zetan's welcome from IMU will be stolen by Zach. Flash form will be followed up, but I don't think they're gonna try to go for this one, as they actually went for this one. Swan Song, look at the damage coming in. Realize, I told you, man, they want the time to come to punish them with the Swan Song.
Wow, it is all coming to fruition in Twisted Minds. Just like their names suggest, they are very twisted in a sense that they are so wicked and ready with these types of picks, with these types of compositions. And I feel like this is so interesting, so fun to see, where the Odette, who is subject towards such, you know, heavy dives, is the one standing strong to counter the dives coming in from GK Esports. But so far, Zoda has been just roaming around trying to get his hands at the objectives. A turtle again secured by Twisted Minds earlier, and Koba already has his hands on the Windtalker. That could be the kind of like the helping tool for him to speed up even faster his farming patterns, and later on get his other hands on the other items that he needs. Not yet the power spike, but he's getting there slowly.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see also the interaction there between Mark and also Hoda. The fact that Hoda is level 6 and Mark is level 7, and Mark just doesn't want to do anything with that, shows you how vulnerable right now Joy is. Meanwhile, Zach will stall the Zetan's welcome, will not be able to do anything with that, as it's back to square one once again. 4-2 so far, about a 1k gold lead for Twisted Minds as we go into the second turtle in a second. Now, I think the winning condition for DK Esports is somehow try to pull the trigger earlier before Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, wall charge already been used. Huge resource burned out before the turtle fight, as Shen already very low, and now they have all the tools available and also all the time in the world to take this one without any contest.
Yep, easy. Total take, and again, Twisted Minds just so good on zoning out their enemies to be able to get their hands on the objectives, on the lords, on the turtles, time and time again. And so far up top, it hasn't really been such of an action, but Sano will get dived upon, just beaten down to a pulp by Koba. And that is an important kill for this Roger to start snowballing. Troll might be next on the menu, but he pops up the circling eagle. Jumping forward, the pounce will enable Troll to be pushed back. But there goes Shadow Strike from Zac. Is not going to be enough to take down Troll. And he will still be standing, defending that tier 1 turret without it even being scathed.
Yeah, finally, DK Esports found something there in the top lane. I was gonna say that they're not really putting any emphasis on the gold lane, considering the fact that Twisted Minds has been roaming towards the XP lane much more often. And when you're up against Barat in the early game with an assassin, you probably just want to evade that Dino as far away as possible and try to punish the opposing lane instead. And once again, look at that, Twisted Minds, they read out the movement from DK Esports. Intelligent there, but Mark is very, very vulnerable to CCs and damage. And the siege once again begins.
A dive towards the top lane, and Koba, stuck in a rock and a hard place, will be taken down by Troll. Sono's welcome is there to lock Shen in place, and there goes the Swan Song, but cancelled by the Guardian's barrier. And of course for Shen, he still survives, but at what cost? His gold laner is dead. The one that he has to protect is now gone, and this is just going to steamroll, to snowball Twisted Minds to even greater heights as they get their hands on this tier 1 turret. And so far, it is looking so swimmingly for Twisted Minds.
Yep, Puffin. It was the Swan Song, and I feel like you kind of underestimated the Odette very early on the draft. Realized you can see the shield coming in from the Swan Song. Yeah, insanity. That was like 1/3 of HP of Odette. That is a huge shield, and Odette hasn't seen any items yet. She hasn't stacked up all of that damage yet. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, though, Sanji 1v2. I feel like he's gonna get out from this just fine with the shields, with the jab. Now Shen might be in trouble here, getting crowded by a lot of people there. Once again, Titanos welcome on towards Zac. He's gonna get munched on and killed. No! Sanji flickers forward and actually secured the kill for Twisted Minds, but it's gonna be locked down with the wall, but still has a lot of damage in his hand and the shields as well. The durability is insane, and once again, they secure another kills on Sino. 3-2-0 for the Twisted Minds.
Oh, how do they even fight this? Koba even getting jumped on, loses a chunk of his HP. And Twisted Minds, 7th minute, and they're able to just march down the tier 1 top side and the tier 1 mid. And Mark could be next on the blacklist of Twisted Minds. Mark is stuck. He has to run away, has the movement speed to do so, but Cuffin is on his way. Thankfully, though, the extra boost he gets from that will be able to enable him to run away. An endless battle and dominance ice for both Roaster, Rika, and Koba. That could be the main objective now, but Tanji, looking for Mark, won't be able to get anything, but Shen is the one biting the bullet for DK Esports. They are just caged in their own premises. They're caged in their own tier 2 turrets. They can't even go out to open up the vision on the map. They can't even try to invade the jungles of Twisted Minds. As you take a look at the items, what does this indicate, Sheffin?
Looking at the items, and I believe that's gonna be either a Holy Crystal or a Blood Wings for Coffin. So maybe extra shield with that item. So good luck for DK Esports to counter that. But Sanji also secured a huge item there, an Oracle, which worked wonders so far. Not only he's gonna get more healing coming in, also more shields from Troll, he also will have more shield with his jabs as well. So extra durability in all parts for this Paquito, as it looks like DK Esports, it's either they don't realize that they're actually taking the Lord, or they just won't let this one go, because there's no way you're gonna contest this one. Meanwhile, the Swan Song, I told you, Swan Song and Circling Eagle combo. Meanwhile, Shen will be dropped down. The CC's coming in. Sanji will chase down this rock Troll. Still chasing, but it looks like he's gonna get away just fine. Oh, the flicker there. Actually, no, it's not a flicker, but a dash from Sando secured the kill with those passive. Just stacking up the damage. This Clid is gonna be much more lethal in the upcoming minutes.
Well, this Clint is already lethal from the get-go. And with the quick draw and the double shot passive, he's just unstoppable. And now they are marching towards the tier 3 turret. And look at Mark, he's just up top trying to split push and maybe create a segue play later on, as he's able to get the tier 2 turrets up Twisted Minds. Now the base turrets all in shambles for DK Esports. Circling Eagle popped up, and they're able to just open up this base. The Swan Song moving forward, trying to zone out the players of DK Esports, fighting front to back, and the Lord just marches towards the crystal. The base turret at mid side trying to be taken down. Troll is low, but a stolen Swan Song will be trying to enable DK Esports to maybe fight back. Counter initiation though, like Icon Pounce from Koba will be able to catch Soda in place, but the wild charge is enough from Shen to just displace them all. But no, Sano again and again with the power of the Flint is just way too strong. And 12 kills all in the names of Twisted Minds. Oh my goodness! Troll is still alive! Circling Eagle, locking Mark in place. He sees Seed and can't even move. And Sano will be the one taking him down. The crystal wide open now for Twisted Minds. This is such a bloodbath. They end it all in the 10th minute of the game, and I underestimated that a dead pick. That has been so crazy. for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I love the Adet pick, but on the other part of the court, man, I just do not get why they would pick Choi in this time of the game, especially with how bad Choi is right now. No
Yeah.
CC immune anymore on that electrifying beats, and you can munch on by the Barats if he actually lands that one. Victory secured by Twisted Minds. One more game. They need to secure to be able to represent a MENA region in MSC 2024 in Riyadh. So right now, they're gonna be playing much harder than ever, man, because this is like only one game, one more steps to take to be able to represent your country and the region.
Yeah, second phase of the game, or the drafting phase
wow.
for teams, but the Barats, they determined that the Barats is a bigger threat compared to maybe the Paquito or the Matilda. So they take it out for Soda, and the Angela band coming to the Paquito as well, taking away Sanji with the Paquito. Wasn't really, the hyper carry he was. He was not really the flashy player, but he was sucking up pressure. He was sucking up 2 to 3 people towards him, making space for his team, and just staying alive as long as possible. And that was the reason why he was, probably, like what Chefin said, the second MVP of that game. And it was just so hard for the players of GK Esports to get their hands on the end because of Sanji just appearing there. And the Fredrin band coming through with the chip as well. So 2 roam bands and 2 jungler bands in this game.
Okay, I feel like the Barats ban was a bit unnecessary, and I just want to highlight this, man. In MPL MENA playoffs season 5 so far, I feel like they kind of forgot that export exists, and Barats is not really that prime jungler anymore as they ban. This is an interesting ban to Ritzla, so maybe Twisted Minds, they want to play through their backlines, a hero that doesn't really have a lot of mobilities. That could be very, very dangerous to pick against a Twitzla. Let's see though if that's going to be the case. But the bans coming in from PK Esports, Mirko mentioned this in MPL Indonesia, those minor adjustments in the playoffs is what wins you the game. But this is much more than minor, I feel like, realized. The Paquito and also the Barats is a bit too reactionary, at least for me. And this is something that's really, really interesting. You picked out the Yuzhong in the very first pick of the game. Yes, the Paquito is gone, but you still have a lot of ways to deal with the Yuzhong, especially if you pick something along the lines of a Claude, a hero that doesn't really get targeted by a Yuzhong, and also a good DXP laner that can 1v1. Oh no, it's actually not a Claude, a better hero in fact. It's gonna be the Harith and also the Matilda once again for Twisted Minds. Ooh, this is already a hard draft already for me.
No way they banned out the Barats and the Paquito, and they let go the Harith with the Matilda as well behind it. This is just trouble, I feel like, for GK Esports. I don't know why they picked up this Yuzong again. I do understand the bans, like what you said, it was reactionary. But to let the Harith go, it's that prio? I don't think so, because this Harith has been so much of a pest to deal with. That is the hero they picked up when they won against Falcons yesterday for Twisted Minds. But they will counter it with the Lolita and a Moskov in hand. Still, the Harith, I feel like, will just win lane against Moskov. But when it comes to the late game, I feel like the Moskov will have much more of an agency to move up top, to just move freely and just dish out the damage as how a late game Moskov would do.
And Valentina to round up the first phase of the picks here for Twisted Minds. Already a well-rounded draft coming from Twisted Minds, but GK Esports, that Lolita pick just came out of nowhere. Usually when you're playing against a Harith, you don't play like a pick-off composition with a Kaja or maybe a Franco, or maybe even more creative. You overload it with damage coming in from Phobius, but that's a bit too creative, I would say, in this kind of meta. And I'm gonna give you a statistics, realize, and also the viewers out there. The most prior heroes in the playoffs of MPL Indonesia and MPL PH with almost 100% banning rate is Harith on ID, and also, guess what hero on PH?
Harith.
Yep, also Harith. Like, you can already see the importance of this pick, especially in the mid game, man. Once you get the Starlium sight and also the Feather of Heaven, there's really no ways to counter the Harith unless you just overload it with a CC, preferably a suppress that cannot be dealt with as a Harith with a Purify.
Yeah, the gravity and the magnitude of this Harith pick is just way too mighty for Twisted Minds, and I feel like Twisted Minds is just like Thanos, collecting all the Infinity Stones. They got their hands on the Matilda, the Barats last game, and now the Matilda. They're rounding up a pretty strong and threatful draft towards the players of GK Esports. Now the question is, what will they pick towards this Harith? You know, the XP has been completed and the gold lane as well, so there is there's no room for reactionary counter picks like the Mincetar or the Lunox. Maybe the Lunox would come out as well, but it is not going to really deal with the Harith because Lunox is a lane counter towards the Harith, not a game counter. Because when the Harith just comes online, gets his hands on the items he needs, when it comes to the mid to the late game, Lunox won't really stand a chance against the Harith. But the Luo Yi and the Guinevere ban is coming out from both teams.
If you cover all the screen right now and only see the bans coming in from PK Esports, you'd expect them to play against BTK, against Cloud9. Because this is like a MOBA Zane bans, man. A Guinevere, Pasha, Fredred, and Barat, and also Paquito. And I feel like they forgot the existence of Akai. I feel like banning an Akai is much better than Guinevere, but oh my goodness. Okay, they want to play it really, really fast with the Nolan and a Julian. I get why they want to play the Lolita here. So they want to go guns blazing and just pretty much a glass cannon composition. Now, Twisted Minds, do you want to play a bit more reactively? Or do you want to just respond with some more aggressive picks here? And I feel like, not gonna lie, realize a Mincetar is playable here. But I don't think it's gonna be picked.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arl, I was gonna say Arl, but yeah, man. I should have predicted it earlier, so it sounds cool, but no.
Yeah. You can clip it, you know, later on, Chef, and you know, just flex it on your social medias. But yeah, and Arlet will be picked up. This enables Twisted Minds to have a strong engage tool with the final slash and you know chain reactionary stuns that you could have with the Arlet. But still, for Twisted Minds, this draft has been very, very strong. I feel like the Harith that they have. For GK Esports now, the question is how do they want to play this? Nolan Julian, will they be funneling the resources towards these two heroes? Because I feel like these two heroes are greedy in the sense that they need resources, they need gold, they need prio in both lanes. But for Nolan, as a jungler, still kind of like a viable option in the jungle. But I don't know what's gonna stop this Harith, man. They don't really have a pick-off type of hero, the one with the point-and-click CC, like a Kaja, that can't really just tie up this Harith.
Well, technically, the Numinant Blast coming in from Lolita, you don't really have to charge it anymore, and if you just click it right away, it does give you a bit of a stun towards the Harith. I feel like that's the strategy here coming in from PK Esports. Now, Twisted Minds, the job is to be able to respond to some of the engages that the opponent will bring to you. I expect at the very least 2 Purifies from Twisted Minds. Probably will be 3 with the Valentina also bringing out the Purify. And now, it's just a game of who's owning the bush. Because so far, PK Esports against R8 Esports, when they own the bush, they own the game.
Oh, the bush will be very important, of course, for both teams. And now coming into the second game of the first match of today, will Twisted Minds be the first team to enter the grand finals, or will GK Esports fight back in this game in a very, very terrifying draft? Game 2 is underway. Twisted Minds against GK Esports.
Okay, I did not expect that. Troll actually choosing that Flicker instead of Purify. Yeah, I do think that if it's a Lolita instead of an Edith, yes, Flicker does make sense, but I think I'm more of a Purify guy here in this kind of match. But we're gonna see on the other side of the court, Zach bringing out that Flicker for the Julian. And also shout out to Megumi Fushiguro making an appearance once again in MPL MENA Playoffs Season 5 by the Skids in game right now, because the event is not gonna last for long for you.
Yeah, don't forget to get your hands on the Jujutsu Kaisen X MLBB skins. You can enjoy 50% off your first daily draw, and maybe you could land yourself a Megumi Fushiguro with the Chimera Shadow Garden, the domain expansion. If you've been following the anime, I'm a big Megumi fan. But yeah, for Sano now, it's just being pushed back. It's not going to be a sweet game for him. in the laning phase, especially when you have so much prio towards the top side, towards that gold lane. But for Sanji, he's almost taken down. Costa Rica just jumping in. Sanji, though, still alive under the shade of his turret, so he's gonna be fine. Koba receiving damage and pressure. So again, just, time and time again, switching the pressure up top from both junglers and both roamers as well.
Not gonna lie, so far Twisted Minds has been reading the movements coming in from PK Esports really, really well, especially that mirroring in the jungle pattern for Hoda, securing his own camp. And right now, Mark will try to burst this one, though Hoda still has a lot of HP on his hand. They might want to go for Shen. Heavy Spin is still saved for the next objective battle. It looks like Shen has to recall right now to set up for the next turtle. Bottom lane though, they're still securing the lanes to be able to get a level 4.
Yeah, they want to get that running as fast as possible because they have a turtle take, though Zac is close by. They want to get this turtle. Heavy Spin popped up and the great spear, the Spear of Destruction coming in, but that turtle will be secured by Soda again, the king of the objectives in the jungle today. In the server, Rikuffin will just cover his players now. Troll is trying to push back Shen and Zac both ways. So Twisted Minds again coming with the advantage that they have. So just try to speed up their goal advantage. But talking about goal advantage, it's actually in the hands of GK Esports.
Wow, oh my goodness, not for long though, realize as a kill is secured for Sanji with a lot of recalls as well. And this is not looking good. Usually, Yuzhong is one of those heroes that's quite standard in the laning phase. You can deal with pretty much anything and not get killed in the process. But if you get killed in this kind of phase of the game, then it's not going to be good for you, as looks like it's going to be a gang here from Zac going down bottom.
Yeah. They now will try to corral their members around. Still, first blood name of Sanji. They'll try to just ease up the pressure and just soak everything towards them. The resources are in their hands. For Zac, this is going to be a very interesting game to play. I mean, who does he target? Sure, the Herald. But he has backup from Soda and Costa Rica. Just jump forward, already popping the BDF. Now the Heavy Spin will lock him down. And that is another kill. The Spear of Destruction popped up, and there's no way Koba will TP towards that.
Mind you once again that this Yuzhong was the first pick of the game for DK Esports. The value that it brings so far in this game is just close to nothing so far. 0-0. In terms of KDA, the worst performing member of the team, getting gapped by the ganks coming in from Twisted Minds. At the top lane though, Sano will just use his Summon Force to try to deal some damage towards Koba. And now, another one, Zac might be in trouble. Still gets away, and finally Vengeance Flicker by Sanji to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Black Dragon Form though will try to punish Shanji, getting bumped by the hammer. Still has a lot of vengeance, and also the guiding win gets out from trouble. They secure the turtle as well. Black Dragon Form from Rikuffin will secure Costa Rica's life. And now Sanji once again doing a lot of work as the XP lane of Twisted Minds. They are playing this game in a twisted way, and he gets away scot-free with 1 HP. What a display of micro, realize.
Wow. Disaster. 2 words, 1 word even. Disaster for GK Esports. Twisted Minds is just running them down with every possible play that they could create. It was just Sanji trying to rile up the situation with the dive towards the turret, getting the kill and just jumping out with the Vengeance, the Flicker as well, and then popping back his final slash to get the final slash towards GK Esports. It was just enough, but the Fracture now coming in.
Oh no.
Trying to pull back Sanji. Sanji saved the guiding win, but there you go with the Petrify. Lumen on Blast now, locking Cuffin in place, and Sanji is still alive. This guy's unkillable, and Shen has to retreat. But the Shadow Strike coming in, and Sanji jumping in with the Vengeance. Dauntless Strike, not committed, and Troll will just shoo away Shen. But there's Zac coming in with the chains. He will try to lock him in place. The Dauntless Strike is there, and the Fracture is not enough. But here comes the Spear of Destruction. This could be the saving grace for Team GK Esports. Koba will jump forward, but Mark is still alive. And they might have overstate their welcome. But Twisted Minds still very brave, very courageous. Take the fight's heavy spin towards Costa Rica again. This Yubzong can't even fly. His wings are clipped, and Twisted Minds get the 9th kill of the game.
Wow, Costa Rica right now, he's trying his best to replicate Mio's performance in NSC Grand Final. 0-5-0 so far. Unnecessary straight? Okay,
Don't
man.
do him dirty, bro. Don't do him dirty, bro.
I think Milo is a cool guy. He'll be fine with it. And it's gonna come back stronger in MSC 2024. And right now he's on the bootcamp on PH. But enough of that. We're back into the game so far. 4K gold lead for Twisted Minds. 9-1. A huge disparity on kills and also the pressure on the map. And I think it's mostly because of Sanji over and over again. He secured a solo kill. He secured a 1v3 situation kills. And he actually held up for a long time for the Twisted Minds team to be able to get their heads on some kills. Meanwhile, Zaman forced on the bottom lane. Also, the Circling Eagle does a lot of damage, also knock up towards the members of GK Esports. One more hit to Shen will do it. Luminant Blast will not get him out of trouble. Guiding Wind once again to give him a more shield and also healing. Sano is still very much healthy. One more hit to Mark, and he secures 2 kills for Twisted Minds. In the top lane though, it's also a kill secured towards Costa Rica. Finally, 6th death as an EXP laner. Something of a meme number right now for all the EXP laner in the world.
I feel like it's a casual KDA for explainers in ranked, but for Costa Rica, this is something that he wants to forget. This is a very, very hard game to play. You can see Sanji already getting that item to his name, the Radiant Armor now. Soda is just trying to invade the jungle. Costa Rica might get stuck again, but thankfully though, he gets away with the jump. And look at Twisted Minds, they're just treating this jungle as themselves, but now the backtracking form will be popped up to try to let him escape. The spear is there, but no teleport now. They're just waiting for it to expire. The final slash towards Shen. Shen can't soak up the damage, and Sanji gets the kill. The heavy spin committed with the Zaman Force as well, popping it left and right, and the Petrify connects there, just gone, evaporating. The mirror shatters for GK Esports as they get taken down, wiped away from that bottom side fight.
Domination is understatement, and once again Mark is forced to just split pushing while the whole team, 4 guys, getting absolutely desecrated by the whole teams of Twisted Minds. And I generally do not see any kind of counterplay that GK Esports have, especially with how safe Twisted Minds are playing right now. They also have a lot of bailout mechanic with the Guiding Wind, also the Circling Eagle, so they are going to be very, very safe in the next team fights to come.
Now, Lord, next on his eyes for Zoda. So I don't really see an opportunity where GK Esports can climb back unless this Moskov in the hands of Koba just gets like a maniac and then gets his items, gets online, because, you know, I kid you not, a Moskov could be a saving grace for certain teams when it comes to the late game, but that is just not, I don't know, it's just not realistic. And now Sanji's stuck in the wrong side of the map, will be taken away by Mark. And that could be a consolation kill, but here comes the cavalry, stolen Black Dragon form for Cuffin. And look at the CC! It is just so sweet. Another dragon joins the fight, but it is not going to be enough. It won't even hurt them. Sano running away, running forward. Shen stuck again. The frontliners aren't frontlining. Costa Rica will just try to shoo away the players of Twisted Minds. But look at Cuffin in the backline getting Mark, or Zach rather. And now they march towards the base. This could be the end of GK Esports, I presume.
Now they're just gonna try to deal with this one. One wave has already been cleared, but the bottom lane though, the Lord is coming, and they are still 5-man healthy. Zach is coming up in a second, but let's see if they can defend this one. Zaman Force right away from Sano to secure a 1 kill. Meanwhile, Luminant Blast connects onto 4, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. The damage is just not enough. Costa Rica still doing his best to stay alive. It looks like it's gonna be the end for GK Esports in this upper bracket finals. Twisted Minds wins this one and secures a spot in MSC 2024. Welcome to Riyadh.
Welcome to Riyadh, of course. The hometown heroes secure themselves a spot towards Saudi Arabia, towards Riyadh, where the fans will be very, very happy to welcome this hometown team play. And that was such a strong showcase of insane prowess. It was just so crazy. I'm out of words to describe what happened in that game. It was just a stomp from minute 1, where it was a 6-0 lead. Sanji was just doing his own thing, being flashy, just making the plays as an Arlet. It was just, I don't know. I'm lost for words, man. I don't know. It was just so insane.
Yep, for
Wow.
sure. I feel like here's the thing, all right? When you're playing this kind of composition from PK Esports, if you're not dominating right from the get-go with the burst damage in the early game, then you're gonna be at it's gonna be hard for you to come back, because let me tell you, man, I'm a Yuzhong player, and when I'm like down like 0-5-0, there is no way I'm gonna be flying as a dragon towards a five-man healthy team, because I'm not gonna be able to take all those damage, even as a dragon. Moreover, when I return back to the human form, and Yu Zhang, I don't think it's a good hero if you're trying to come back from this kind of situation, and it's just way too late when they're already up like 10
0 بالبلاي اوفز، وهلا انتم اكدتوا تواجدكم برضه بنهائيات الام بي ال مينا سيزون 5. سانجي شعورك بعد الانتصار وتواجدكم بالنهائيات وكاس العالم؟
بخصوص شعورنا خاصة في الامبيل مينا، صراحة متوقعين فوزه في الامبيل مينا، لكن خطوته الأولى راح تبدأ في الام اس سي إن شاء الله.
باذن الله يا رب. وهلا طيب ترول سانجي، انتم الاثنين يعني تعتبروا من الابطال للموسم السابق برضه لا ام بي ال في سيزون 4، فكيف حتضلكم مدافعين على لقبكم في هذا الموسم، او خلينا نقول لا بطولات ام بي ال؟ لا 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 لا, لا. ترول عندك السؤال حبيبي. كيف حتقدروا تدافعوا على تواجدكم، وخلينا نقول تحديد او انه تحصلوا اللقب بنهائيات بكره باذن الله؟
بالتدريب
يا حبيبي. الشباب ما عم برحموا على فكره، انه التصريحات اللي عم بسمعها من عند فريق توستد مايندز برجع بقول نعطيهم الكاس شكله، بس لا لازم نستنى لبكره. طب سانجي اخر سؤال، مين بتفضل تنافس في النهائيات؟ تيم فالكونز ولا تيم جي كي؟
يعني الصراحة على بخصوص مستواهم اللي شفناه ما راح يفرق لا جي كي ولا الفالكون، يعني 2-0 ما فرقت.
يعني يا جماعه زي ما انتم سامعين توستد مايندز ما بتفرق معاهم، هدفهم التركيز على الام اس سي، لانه الام بي ال شكلها خلصانه. طيب شباب، سانجي ترول الف مبروك على تواجدكم وتاهلكم للبطوله العالميه. وصراحه انا بدي اسمع كلام الاستوديو التحليلي بعد التصريح اللي سمعناه من توستد مايندز. شباب اعطوني رايكم، لانه توستد جايين للكاس وجايين ليدمروا الدنيا بنهائيات وتصفيات دوري محترفين مواجهه الابطال. نرجع للاستوديو وبناخذ رايهم بعد المقابله. تفضل معنا مع يونس، ياسو ودون بيج.
And there you go with the interview. The winners of that game, Twisted Minds. What a dominant showing that was from the players of Twisted Minds. And I couldn't appreciate more their creativity and their prowess on playing with that creativity. You know, the first game they picked up that Odette, we were not we, but me, but I was kind of like doubting that Odette pick, and Chefin was like, nah, it's good, you know, that Odette pick will be good enough, you know, it doesn't even need peel, and it did not need peel. In second game
し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
games earlier, because I feel like Twisted Minds, they read it out, actually sent an Akai on that bush, and also a lot of bailout potential on the Guiding Wind, and also the shields from Troll with the Matilda. And now, right away, we're seeing a very different ban from the other regions out there. A Benedetta first ban, and also a Terizla. So 2 EXP lane ban right away. Interesting.
Wow. The Benedetta, I feel like, is a target ban towards a Ding. They're the SDXP laner. But now, Terizla is well taken out of the fray with Luoyi. Luoyi, mind you, has been a very prio pick for teams in MPL ID specifically, and MPL PH. I have also seen a few teams pick it up in the playoffs. But now for MPL MENA Season 5, they have been respecting this pick as well quite a few times. So yeah, I feel like this Luoyi does have the pressure where number 1, it has some sort of CC, number 2, it's so good as a poke mage, and number 3, you have the mobility where you can mass transport most of your teams to do either pickoffs, gangs, and skirmishes. So that is one of the strongest parts of Luoyi, especially when you have that power that you kind of like unlock with a team fighting comp. But the last 2 bans to conclude the first phase is the Valentina and the Chip. Chip and Luoyi both can be very scary, but the Angela now, they let go of it.
Yep, but on the other side of the ball, Falcons, they have the option to choose a Fire Mist and also Moskov, considering the fact that Valentina has already been banned and that Netherrealm will not be able to be stolen by that Valentina with the IMU. That is an option, but we will see if that's going to be the case here. I do think this wait, is this the first Angela in this playoffs? Because it has been banned very often, almost in every matches, or maybe every matches so far in the playoffs.
Yeah,
might be.
It's interesting to see. I mean, this Angela does give you 2 things. Number 1, it gives you global presence, and number 2, it gives you side lane pressure as well. We have seen a few Angela, either roam or mid, they just kind of like play split from their team, away from their team, and just try to clear out the waves up top, down bottom, just making a segue play happen. And then when the fight breaks out, you just TP into the hard guard. And 2 picks coming in from Falcons are the Baxia and the Edith. Now the Edith, Chefin, is something that you actually highlighted.
Yeah, I like this. You know, Team GK actually didn't really play their usual game of that pick-off composition. Now this is, if you're in any other region out there, this Angela Inheritus pretty much guarantees you a victory, because there's so much utility and damage that's going to be brought in the game, combined with the Barats. This is already a lethal 3-man combo for BK Esports, but I like what Team Falcons is doing right now. The fact that they picked out a Baxia, just kind of anticipating the Harith and also the Barats, because obviously the built-in anti-healing from that ultimate that Barats Baxia brings is going to be very lethal on the hands of Kenji. And also this guy secured the most objectives so far in the regular season of MPL MENA. Season 5, oh man, I'm starting to like this more and more. The composition of Team Falcons, I feel like they're really synergizing really well, especially the Edith. You can pretty much punish all the frontliners, either it's Bravats or Angela, doesn't matter. You have a Niton to burst down the frontliner, and also you have the Baxia with the utility, with the anti-healing. So they are already set up for a really good counter draft here against GK Esports.
Yeah, this composition kind of rounds up to protect Mr. President again, where the Natan will be just left to his own devices, excel, and try to scale up towards late game. And that is where the Natan will just activate his scaling mode. A late game Natan is something that you don't really want to face, but the Harith still in the hands of GK Esports. Now the second phase of bans coming in, the Ling taken out, the Navaria is well taken out. 2 strong heroes just taken out of the fray. And the Nolan respecting the fact that Mark was playing it in the previous game and in a few games that he has been in, and he actually played a decent game of Nolan.
Yeah, He's been incredible on the Nolan, and they actually didn't trust this Baxia to be brought out in the jungle. Yes, it is a flex pick as of now. And at the time, Nolan actually synergizes well with the Hereth in a way that Hereth as a DPS, he offers magic damage, and you still need those physical damage to be able to be effective for your team, so that Hereth can kind of burst down some of the frontliners that Team Falcons has, because they have to put some emphasis on the physical defense compared to if there is only a Hereth on your team. And also another ban here coming in from DK Esports is going to be that Paquito from Ding. And Ding, not gonna lie, so far in the playoffs, I think he has been one of the best performers, especially on that Benedetta, which is why they actually batted out the first phase, and he's gonna use possibly an Arlid. And not gonna lie, for Team Falcons, if they wanna use some kind of pseudo mid laner or in Florin, I'm not gonna be mad. They have enough damage to fight in this with this composition. You have enough magic damage. Natan is pretty much deals true damage if he's already full item. And if you wanna keep the Natan safe, it's either through healing or peeling. And right now, they have the opportunity to do so. But that might be a bit too far-fetched at this point. Oof. Oh my god.
This Faramis. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up the Florin like you said, because they have peel, now they just need heal. And the Faramis just adds kind of like just rubbing salt to the wound, I feel like. Because this Hereth will be so protected. You have 2 healers, you have 2 shields, you have a strong front line with the Yuzong and the Barats. Now Falcons, what will they pick up in the last pick for them? I mean, they are left now with a mid laner with a mage or something else they want to play the mid lane. Maybe, a very strong mage that could just cut down to the lines of GK, but they will pick up the Vexana, and 0% pick rate so far in MPL MENA Season 5.
I don't think that's the right stat, to be honest. I don't know about that, but
maybe
playoffs. Okay.
Yeah, playoffs.
I think the playoffs we already seen a Vexana game, but yeah, it's a bit more standard approach to this composition. It does offer a little bit of appeal for the Natan with that Eternal Guard. We've seen time to time again, this Eternal Guard is very, very lethal in terms of like setting up a play, and also pretty much negating all the engages and invades and dives from the opposing team. And when you don't have that, oh no, they do have it. They have a Yuzhong. They can pretty much go into the backline. So this is a problem for Team Falcons, but I expect them to kind of solve it. I think this game is gonna be a really good Yuzhong game if they play it the right way.
Yeah, this could be the perfect Yuzhong game, because now the Hereth will also be protected, like how the Natan will be protected. But for both teams, it is interesting to see their draft just rounding up like this. And for Team GK, I feel like I favor their draft a little bit more. They have so much flexibility, so much power to just protect this Hereth, because the win con is of course this Hereth, and then you have so much layers upon that Hereth to just protect it. But for Team Falcons, I mean, like, they still have to eat it, they still have the Baxia to work with, and the Natan will be pinned upon the hopes of Team Falcons, because they will be banking on this Natan big time.
Yeah, and usually when you see an Angela slash a Matilda combined with a Faramis, it's pretty much a death sentence for the opposing team. This is the winning formula that a lot of team has been brought up. In fact, I think it's still at a 100% win rate in MPL Indonesia. There's this 2 combo. So let's see though if this counter draft will be able to actually win out against GK.
Yep. Game number 1 in the second match of the lower bracket final of MPL MENA Season 5. Who will go home and who will advance towards Riyadh and the grand finals? GK Esports against Team Falcons. now underway. In the Land of Dawn we go, and as you can see, movements coming in from the players of Team Falcons. They're just trying to rile up, trying to close down the gaps of the players of GK Esports. I mean, the standard start, the Angela or Shen will be shadowing the mid laner, and they will kind of invest much more prio towards this Faramis, just trying to push out the lanes, and later on, this Hereth will just be left alone with his own devices, trying to clear up the waves and just farm as much as possible.
Oh, this is an interesting spell that Lark brings here. A Flicker instead of a Purify against a Yu Zhang. That could be a trouble in the next minutes to come. I do agree that outside of the Yu Zhang, there's really not much of a threat in terms of a CC towards the Natsan, but I feel like at this point of the game, you don't really have a healer that can pretty much bail you out or like give you a little bit of HP to work with, and Purify might be the best way to approach this one. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane though, there might be a punish here coming in from Kenji, but then as Welcome will be able to connect on towards Kenji. Punch down, and getting bursted down is going to be the Angela Shen, the first victim of the match.
Oof. First blood coming in towards Ding. One of the best performing XP laners so far in MPL MENA Season 5. And with the Arlet as well, trying to just steamroll towards success. This could spell trouble for GK Esports. And Akoba don't need to just, don't need to be wary of, don't need to worry so much about what's going to happen in the next few minutes. Just scale up as a Hereth. You're going to win the lane against Natan as well. So it's all going to be fine and dandy. And Turtle now being taken by the players of GK Esports. Kenji is there though to try to contest this Turtle. And this could be the next big fight. Ding already has his final slash, the ultimate that could change the game, but there comes the Black Dragon form. Total reset for both teams, and they're just trying to rattle up this damage. Costa Rica caught in the middle of the pack of Team Falcons. The final slash connects, and the Eternal Guard as well connecting. The Turtle goes to the hands of Team Falcons, and GK Esports, they leave empty-handed in that skirmish.
Look at the patience though, and the decision making from Team Falcons. They knew that once the turtle is resetted, they're pretty much set for a non-factor Yu Zhang, because the Black Dragon form is being popped in a way too early, but it's not really the Yu Zhang fault either. The fact that it's resetted is already bad enough for GK Esports, and Team Falcons just waiting out on that 50-50 just adds more salt to the wound for GK Esports. And right now it's 1.5k gold lead. Costa Rica, he has to be a bit more careful next time. Maybe back off if you can't really win out on those 1v4s.
Yeah. And now Team Falcons, they just try to slow down the tempo and not try to move hastily, because they know if they're winning in the mid game, if they're winning in the early game, that's a good thing. But when it comes to the late game, they have that insurance in the hands of Lark with the Natan. But now a fight breaks up. The Eternal Guard popped up as well, and the knock-up is there. The Tilna's Welcome will lock the players in place. But Kenji gets the kill towards Mark, and now they just scramble to the Lord Pit. And again, Team Falcons just getting that kill. Mark with another realm, with the Eternal's Welcome, still being the victim, with that much of ultimate being expended by Team GK Esports.
Oh, there might be a sandwich incoming here. Kenji rolling, but they're going to be hating right now. The stun connects on towards Kova, but the Purifier is there. Black Dragon Form coming in with the Petrifier ready, as well as Costa Rica going into the Eternal, but gets Eternal Guarded, knocked up in the air.
Oh, Lark!
Punished. Zap though, still taking some damage there, poking some of the members of Team Falcons down, but it's going to be a 1v1 trade. Meanwhile though, Mark is not going to stay silent. He's going to try to get this turtle for their team. Koba and this Angela Shen, very, very annoying. Oh no,
Lark has even... I was about to say that Lark has completed his Feather of Heaven, but there goes Kenji as the thief in the night for Team Falcons. He secures the turtle while just rolling around, just spreading his retribution. And Team Falcons, they add insult to injury. GK Esports what is worse than a Natan let go? A Natan getting first kill in such an early condition. And now 5 minutes just going to roll between our eyes, and Falcon Esports so far with a great start to tone down the pick of this Harith. With this Harith pick rather, completed Starlium's Kite, and for Ding and both Kenji already with their items as well. The Brute Force and the Hunter Sight, but now the Hunter Strike, but now Falcon Esports, they will try to maneuver, just trying to threaten Koba up top, but here comes another fight. The hard guard towards the Black Dragon form, perfect petrify. But where's the follow-up? There is no follow-up because Daytona's welcome is perfect. Lark gets taken down. That's a very important kill, and Koba will lead the charge forward. The Zaman Force is enough to take down the players of Falcon Esports. Ding coming in with the Vengeance Strike. It is enough, but no, it is not, because Koba will fight back. The Vengeance brings him to his death, and GK Esports, they fight back. This could be the turning point for GK Esports.
Yeah, it might be a counter draft for Team Falcons, but at the end of the day, they have to realize with this composition, their winning condition is much more specific than Team Falcons. Meanwhile, GK Esports can play as safely as possible. They have the healing, they have the shields, and also that nether realm that can bail them out of the Meanwhile, Super with a knock up on towards Koba. It looks like there's not going to be any clash here. Looking at the item still, Hunter Strike for both the XP laner. This is something that you don't really see in other regions out there. An Arlo that try to focus on towards the physical damage and the penetration first rather than defensive items. So we can expect Ding to be much more aggressive in the laning phase, or maybe in those 1v1s against Costa Rica.
A turtle take next on the menu. Kenji still rolling forward, will lead the charge. Entropy popped up. Lark will step forward and blitz forward. The Eternal Guard is there to be the peeling menu for the players of Falcon Esports. There, the realm is there. Kenji again stealing that turtle for himself, and the players of GK Esports running for the hills. Now Shen next on the chopping block, but he won't be chopped down as a flicker expanded, and he will just run away through safety, but not safe enough because Super is behind him, just trying to shadow him.
Yep, not only they win out on that turtle fight, they win out on the clash, and also in the bottom lane, Ding just split pushing as an Arlet. 3-1-1 so far for this guy. The XP laners in this tournament, in this MPL MENA playoffs, has been popping off, man. They've been making plays off cameras here and there, and also being the vital components in a team fight. And now, gold lead is up to a 4K gold lead for Team Falcons. Once again, but they have to realize that we're playing a bit more carefully here. The nether realm will not be popped for Zac. Final slash onward, Zac again, and 2 kills will be secured for Team Falcons. Costa Rica will try to run from that one. Super, already very low, but there's still one more. Kenji will be rolling around trying to find a stun in that turret. Retribution popped for that one card to defend the mid turret. Team Falcons once again win out on the clash.
Oof, again, back and forth game. This time it goes towards the way of Team Falcons, showcasing the strength of this frontline. Super's 0-10 with the assist he has to his name. And Ding just doing work down in the far lanes, down in the side lanes, pressing down on the minions. And in 15 seconds, the Lord will spawn. Again, the next big clash could come here. Koba not seen yet, but he is next, maybe trying to be hunted down by the predators of Falcon Esports, trying to dish out the damage. Kenji caught in the middle of the players of GK Esports. Zaman Force popped up, but not enough to get the kill. And Kenji will just flee away, trying to exert pressure. A little taunt towards GK Esports, but that's not going to be the end of it. Because Falcons, they will move towards the Lord, and this could be the next big fight.
Already a difference on the durability of the frontliner of Team Falcons compared to the GK Esports. Meanwhile, though, Ding will final slash on towards Koba. He will force to use the Purify, but gets taken down right away. The Netherrealm is a bit late there, and one more might be secured here by Team Falcons. No, they prefer to try to secure the Lord. As Costa Rica split pushing. Do they want to go for the kill? Do they want to go for the Lord? But by the way, the Black Dragon is already expended. And also the Hard Guard. A bit too early there, and now they have to force out for a fight if they want to get something from these resources. Falcon, now they have all the green light, all resources are burned from Team DK.
Ooh, Lord now down to half HP. The onwards with the knockback, but it's not going to be enough as there goes the final slash. Zac almost getting taken down, but it's going to be Lark again, just putting up kills to his name. Double kill for Lark, and this is the snowball, the death train of the Natan as they secure the Lord for Falcons. It's just going to be Shen and Costa Rica left alone in the second tier turret. And good night. Also securing himself that Blood Wings for extra shielding. And Lark is just way too fed. 5 kills for Natan. Costa Rica tries to contest this, but it's just going to be scary. He will let go of this turret. And Falcons, they open up every possible advantage across the map.
Just multiple errors across the board for DK Esports. They knew that they don't have the resources possible to be able to fight for this one. Meanwhile, Ding misses the final slash. Turn that guard on towards a 3. Well, meanwhile, Costa Rica in the front line taking all the damage with the Petrify as well. Light Spread Form will be used, but the damage is way too much from Lark. He's still free hitting, and also a kill secured from Lark and Ding. Costa Rica will use the rune there, trying to get some vision, trying to siege this one. Kenji rolling around once again. Final slash on towards Shen, and this might be a 2v5. Koba and Costa Rica will be the lone defenders of DK Esports.
Oof, they don't have much choice left. Koba is gonna be taken down. No, the Netherlands saves him, but it won't save the crystal as it shatters, and Falcons take game number 1. 12 minutes. That is a quick game. Only 1 minute short of the first match we have seen today.
Yeah, and that's not looking good at all for DK Esports because, yeah, they've lost 10 minutes, 11 minutes, then 12 minutes. Definitely not the way you want to start in this day 2 of the
losses in the 3 games that they have been playing. GK Esports, they have to be able to determine what type of heroes they want to play, what composition suits them the most. But again, this Benedetta is such a scary hero to play against, especially in the hands of Ding. It feels like it's a respect ban towards Ding with the Benedetta. Terizla taken away out of the fray as well. An XP laner that has been so versatile across all regions, IDPH, MYSG, you name it. The Terizla will be there to win out the lane, also be the initiator, sometimes leading up the clash with the engaged coming in. But for DK Esports, again, looking to ban out the Edith again, super with the Edith. It's like, again, just think of it. You are a roamer that has to put up your body for your team. You're the engager. You toss people around. You're not a healer. You're basically a semi-frontline, but you die 0 times. It's insane to think how Super was able to pull it off.
Yeah, I was actually itching to cut you off there, realize, because I kind of saw this Edith Ben coming, because if you see the track record of Team Geeky, even against in the match earlier against Twisted Minds, they are very reactionary with their bans, and Edith was the MVP of the previous game, and it makes sense for them to ban this one in the second game. Now, I didn't get my spotlight because of you, realize. You should have called it,
bro.
That's good.
My
Just
bad.
kidding. Let's see though if the third ban will be the same reactionary ban, just like in the previous match earlier. But if it's reactionary, what will it be? No, it's gonna be an Angela ban. They actually used it earlier, and they didn't want to pick it first. Interesting.
Yeah. Lowy Chip still the same fears that they have. And of course, now Costa Rica, will he again play the Yuzong? Because I think 3 games so far in Costa Rica has all been playing the Yuzong again. Not a hero that could necessarily carry the game, but it could definitely make space. It could definitely initiate. It could definitely just disturb the backline. The Fredrin pickup. The first time we have seen so far today the Fredrin, because it has been banned out for the last 3 games.
Yeah, because it's the do-it-all hero. I don't think there's any moment ever since Fredrin is released where Fredrin is out of the meta. He has been the top junglers so far, and it just literally does everything. It can farm a lot of CCs, continuous CC. I feel like it's the one that is the most valuable asset of Fredrin, and also that surprise damage on the Appraiser's Wrath can come in handy when it's needed. And right away, a Valentina second or like first pick for Falcon. Now, if DK Esports wants to actually pick a Faramis, it's gotta be harder for them to actually execute that, because on the opposing side, it's gotta be an IMU to replicate it.
Yep.
And Falcons actually used the Yuzhong this time. Costa Rica forced to use another hero. What will it be?
Now these are taken out. I mean, a lot of options to fare against the Yuzong. You know, the Paquito. It's also a nice option to have in that XP lane. But yeah, Faramis pick denied because of this Valentina, unless they want to fight it out, you know, battle it out, brawl it out. Then Avaria will be the pickup for GK Esports, giving GK Esports quite a few poke potential with the spheres you have and the mobility as well, extra coming into the Moskov. The quick pickup for Koba, and the Moskov so far hasn't been able to see much success in a few matches today. That has been mostly shut down by other picks compared to this Moskov itself.
Man, it's quite jarring, the fact that there's little to no attention at all, especially in this day 2 export, considering the fact that in MPL ID it was the 3rd most prio hero to pick in the playoffs. Yes, that's mostly fluffy on EVO's Glory, but at the end of the day, it's a really good hero to punish the frontliners of the opposing team, and there's really no one's picking it. And now Team Falcons, they stick back to their roots once again with Nathan on towards Lark. And mind you, in the regular season, this guy averaged 9.33 KDA. That is an insane stat for a gold laner.
Yeah. This Natan could be very scary. I feel like the Moskov, you know, it does not do really well, but it does not do really good as well. It's not that bad to, you know, fight against a Natan in lane, but when it comes to a late game, this is where they brawl it out. The Moskov against Natan late game is just feels like it's like a immovable object meets an unstoppable force. And now Falcon Esports, Team Falcons rather, they pick out, or rather take out the Lolita as a possible roamer. Lands of GK Esports, we saw them pick up this Lolita in the earlier match against Twisted Minds. Now the Nolan and Tamus taking away the Tamus though. Interesting, man.
Ooh. Yeah, it is interesting. It is an option when you're trying to go against it's not really the prime option, but I can see where they're coming from. I think there are better heroes to ban, but yeah, the Vengeance and also the fact that Tamus's job is to guard this Natan man-to-man when it comes to the late game. With the Vengeance as well, it's gonna bounce back Natan's own damage to his own HP. And GK Esports, they ban out the Minotaur. Now the option on that roaming area becomes not much for Super right now. Already banned is Chip, Lolita, Minotaur, Edith, and now just gonna secure that Boxia once again. It's a pretty good pick so far in the first game. Not so much for the win rate though in the regular season. 34.6% win rate. Nothing that has a lot to do with the fact that Boxia doesn't really offer you that much utility in terms of like objective taking. You have to rely on your teammate to set up for the turtles, set up for the lords, for you to be able to execute this retreat, compared to the Fredrin, which has a lot of CCs in his hand, and also the first skill can be comboed with the retribution. And I feel like in the jungling battle, in terms of like a full-on 5v5 team fight, Fredrin is a much superior hero than Boxia, but obviously there's other strengths that Fredrin doesn't have, but Boxia has. And that is that roaming ability around the map, that potential to gang everyone in any part of the map quite fastly.
Yeah, Darlet and Rock to conclude the draft of Team GK Esports. And I do agree with you. I feel like with Boxia, when you're trying to fight for the objective, it feels like grab and go. You know, you're just rolling around, trying to put down your retribution, and then just take off. But for Fredrin, the dueling potential in this hero is stronger compared to Boxia. Whereas as a Boxia, you kind of want to just rely on that mobility to just scoot in, scoot out, and just get that going. But the Mathilda now, again, picked up, I mean, a 60% win rate and a 74% ban, and to leave it open again in hands of Falcon. So it's just a question of whether or not they could deal with this Mathilda. I mean, if we take a look back retrospectively, in the first match, they had a big trouble. They had a hard time trying to deal with this Mathilda.
Yep, and I feel like this is gonna be a game that will be decided by the XP laners of both teams, because so far, from what I've seen, the punish mechanic that they have heavily relies on one of their EXP. Yuzhong, obviously, with the Black Dragon form, can just go into the backline onto the Moskov and Novaria, and there's no way they can get away from the chase potential if they do not have their spells intact. Meanwhile, on the other side, the final slashes will be the prime mechanic for them to be able to get through this Natan. Yes, you have that Rock, but it's a bit more telegraphed than the final slash, especially if you combo it with a flicker. You can really catch people off guard. And as a Natan, they're not really the most durable hero in Mobile Legends, getting punished easily with this kind of CC. Let's see though. Coach Tarika so far used the Yuzhong in all 3 games. Can he perform on this Arlet against Sting that stole his signature hero?
Sting, of course, has been performing very well. An alumni of MPL PH, been playing in MENA Evos. So now in Team Falcons, of course, just trying to explore MPL MENA. But off we go to the second match of the second game. Will Team Falcons be able to strike match point first, or will GK Esports bite back and get their hands on a third game? As we go back to the Land of Dawn, judgment beneath GK Esports' eyes. And with this lineup, I feel like you have that split push potential, you have that fighting prowess as well. Enough CC to, just kickstart a fight for Team Falcons. It's more on trying to let Lark scale. Still the same win cons we saw from the previous games.
Yep, and right away you see two Purifiers being brought out by these two gold laners, knowing the fact that they are the prime targets here for both the XP laners of the opposing team, especially Lark. This is going to be very, very crucial, his timing on the Purify, and also the cover that Super will bring in this game. Let's see though, I think if the game goes to the late game, it's going to favor Team Falcons a lot more. Shen getting chunked up quite low there by the both mid laners and the roamer of Team Falcons, but it's just gonna recall back to try to reset.
Yeah, reset of course for Shen. Can't really stay that much longer. And talking about the emblem, still the same QC for both players of the gold lane department. They kind of want to deal damage and get that sustain in a 1v1 situation, move quickly. With the QC enables you to have that extra movement speed, but Kenji just rolling in to the wrong side of the map. But thankfully though, it won't be much of a problem. Puissance popped up with Ding just jumping with the Furious Dive. Chunking down goes to Rika too. Almost a sliver of his HP, but it's all fine. At least now with the pressure they exerted towards Costa Rica, it forces him to recall as they try to grab their hands on this turtle.
They do have the advantage, but you have to watch out for the Spear of Destruction from Koba. He can catch up to fights right away. Yes, he is a Moskov in the early game. Not so much damage they can offer, but if you can execute it, it's gonna be lethal. Meanwhile, though, Black Chicken form being executed. To be able to zone out the members of GK Esports, as I said earlier, the setup for the Baksha has to be prime and precise.
There you go with the Phaser Strat to just clear up mid-wave. Almost Shen taken away, but oh, good night. Could be sent to his demise. No, he won't. Almost said goodnight to himself. Thankfully though, the Guiding Wind will save him. And again, still all even Stevens down bottom for both gold laners. And Shen has been moving around so nimbly. He's just trying to open up the spaces, open up the maps, assist the side laners, and just be as mobile as he can. Especially when he has that wild charge ready for the get-go. I feel like he just wants to try to maximize the kill potential with the wild charge. And for Zac as well, looking for snipes here and there, left and right, with an Novaria. Not wanting to scale that much, just trying to get the kills whenever he can. But items, of course, will be chased down by him. Now a mid lane fight could ensue. Mark, though, caught in a rock and a hard place. And there you go with the Petrified connects. The Guardian Barrier will betray him. And now Shen will try to flee away. Thankfully, though, he won't be taken down. And that Guardian Barrier was the name of the game. But this time it was used wrongly. Koba might be next on the elimination list. Thankfully, though, he won't be down and out. Costa Rica might be dead. No, he won't. Guardian Barrier is perfect. But where's the follow-up? Koba dishing out the damage. Mark comes through as the backup, but no, it's just not enough as the players of Team Falcons are just way too thick, way too tanky.
That pick in the mid lane that was quite literally being executed to perfection. Meanwhile, Costa Rica might be in trouble here with the Vengeance. Try to bob and weave out of the team fight, but he's gonna get taken down by the circling Eagle of Super. But right now, it's a 1v1 Kenji. Will he be able to secure this one? It's Mark with the Retribution. Secures that one. Kenji rolling around trying to get something for himself, and now it might be a contest here in the purple buff, and no retribution for both of these guys. Koba dealing all the damage towards the jungler of Team Falcons, and it's gonna get taken down. Even though with the guiding wind and the shields, still it's gonna be DK Esports with the pickoff.
Yeah, good chain of events for Team Falcons, but at least GK Esports were able to get a kill. However, that kill was only to their roamer Shen, so it won't be that significant compared to maybe when you get it to Zac, get it to Koba, then they could kickstart their, you know, attempts, their efforts to try to get back to the game. But still, it's too early to judge. 2-1 to the score, but Shen is stuck. Oh, the flicker! It's just not good enough, and Shen gets taken down. A missed flicker. Koba next on the menu. Will he be taken down? He will. Good night as he dies. He gets the kill. And of course now for Falcons, it all looks so good for them. They get 1 kill to Lark, 1 kill to Goodnight, and next on the menu is Zac. He just tries to flee away outside from the server, outside of the map even, but the snipe will take Goodnight down. A vengeance in the form of 1 snipe back towards Team Falcons.
A good retaliation, but they are still on the losing end of that trade. So far, 2k gold lead for Team Falcons. And this is one of the ways for you to be able to play this Nathan safely. Meanwhile, Entropy will be used. Mark still on the aggro turret. And Lark will be able to get away with the guiding wind of Super.
Yeah, that's good enough for Super to save his teammate. Team Falcons, they're trying to, again, lay claim on this turtle. Again, half prio on this turtle. Goes to Rika, again caught with the Petrify, and he will just die in the hands of Ding with the passive. The turtle now getting so low. The BDF is not going to be able to displace Mark. The Retry still connects, but he will lose his life, sacrificing it. But Koba down bottom gets the kill towards Lark, and that is a very important kill towards the hands of Koba. This could just start something new for the Moskov to just kite back and fight back his way towards his items that he needs to be relevant to this game.
And also get some pressure in the bottom lane as well. Didn't manage to get the turret just yet. 1 more hit will secure the kill for Ding towards Koba, but he can evade it well. The Wrestle King Eagle will be used on towards Shen. Not much damage just yet. It's gonna be a wall charge. Miss. Ding secures that one. Well, actually, it was Super. 2 kills so far for the roamer of Team Falcons. I don't think they're done just yet. They're still trying to siege this one, as Kike will concede on that turret in the bottom lane. A good siege, a good maneuver there from Team Falcons.
Wait. What was that wild charge from Shen? He was kind of trying to re-engage, but he re-engaged to a wall, and it did not really connect towards the players of Team Falcon, so that was still a questionable move. But now, Spear of Destruction forces Ding to use his Black Dragon form. He will just weave away from the crime scene, but here comes the backup. Kenji, will he fight back? He will. He'll jump forward, and the backup is there. The flicker forward with the stolen wild charge from Goodnight, and there they go with the kill. Important enough to take down Koba. Now, though, the re-engage coming in from GK Esports, will they be able to fight back? They won't be able to do just that, as Lark will just do work towards the top side turret. The tier 2 taken away by him, and the gold funneling towards him is just way too much. So far, 900 gold lead for Lark, and even a stolen purple buff to his name.
Yeah, makes sense. He didn't want to commit the retribution, knowing that the Lord is coming and he has to gamble on his skill. Mark paid that quite harshly there. Mark, wild charge onto 2. Shen. Oh my goodness, the final slash connects onto 2. Meanwhile, Mark will still be able to get away from that one. Ding still doing some damage and tanking up the frontliner versus Rash on towards Ding, and it's gonna get taken down. A 1 kill secured for TK Esports. Meanwhile, might be 1 more here for Team Falcons instead. 1-1. And now might be a green light for TK Esports to take this one. Shen already very low, and Mark has to recall back. Meanwhile, Koba will try the bottom lane as a quick push mechanic. Lark will try to blitz this one.
Yeah, the Lord so low, but they try to zone down the players of GK Esports, and the Lord not down yet. Kenji though gets the Lord wild charge backside, and they get super in that process. And here comes Lark with the damage he has, trying to dish out the damage. Mark though connects the taunt, and there comes Kobo with a teleport from downtown, and the Appraiser Trap is enough, and they turn it around. GK Esports, they were able to pay that lost Lord with 2 kills, 3 kills even, and 2 important kills. And now Kenji might be next on the spears of Koba. Here comes Dingo with the connection of the Petrify, and Koba has to pay with his price, and Costa Rica will run away from that bloodbath. And a back and forth game, this time much more competitive for GK Esports.
Yeah, but I feel like so far Team Falcons has been executing it a bit more cleanly, and now they have the chance to use this Lord to their favor. They're still pushing the top lane. Ding secured a very important Oracle. Lark will be the main character of this team fight for Team Falcons. The objective is to secure Lark and be able to give him a free hit. Every frontliner will be bursted down in front of this hero as he secured a very important item in the Holy Crystal. Now the damage will be much more apparent, much more lethal in this point of the game.
Well, this Lord even trying to deal out extra pressure. Mark though, again, just caught, but he's able to bob and weave. Now the Astral Echo will reveal the players of Falcons, but so much pressure coming in from GK to fight back. The Guardian Barrier is way too good to zone out, but no follow-up coming in from GK Esports. The final slash was good, but it was not good enough because there was no follow-up coming in from GK Esports. Now Falcons, they'll try to regroup, just play this more slowly. They're able to just crack open the far lane's turrets. And now it's just left to the base turrets trying to fend off the pushing waves, the pushing minions. And Falcons, now they try to gamble this out, trying to regroup down in the mid side, or mid lane rather. In GK Esports, they have to respond to the pushing lanes, but thankfully they have good wave clear. They have Koba, they have Zac, and they even have Costa Rica. So I feel like when they are given these type of minions, these waves that are pushing towards him, that could turn into their favor, because they could just farm this out, build up that gold lead, get their items, and then fight Team Falcons.
Yep, just have to realize their own strength with the Moskov in the late game. It's gotta be very lethal. Handle that long lane, and time and time again, we've seen how the Spear of Destruction can pretty much change the tide of the team fight. Koba just comes out of nowhere and secures 2 kills onto Lark. And now Lark, this is definitely something that we haven't seen before. 1-2-2 on this Natan, and it's gonna be a kill towards Good Night. Let's say Night on the thing with the Petrify on towards Mark. They're just gonna try to chase with the Black Dragon form by a Ding. Shen in the front line. Meanwhile, those Spear of Destruction will connect for Koba. Still a 4v5 for GK Esports. They have the man advantage. Do they want to commit onto this one?
Yeah, this is so scary for both teams. And Chappie popped up, and now Mark coming in with the Appraiser shot, but it fails as he gets knocked up, and the Lord resets. Lark will be the one dishing out the damage. The scary monster for Team Falcons, and they flee away. They get the wipeout soon enough without Zac having to lose his life. Lark will just blitz forward. They get the kills, and the Lord as well, do their own names.
I think it should be endable, but they choose to go for the Lord instead. I think Kenji should have just went with his teammates. It's very low right now as the whole team just try to burst this one. The top lane, 1 card left. Can they clear this one? But no, it's just gonna be Lord secured. And I do feel like they missed out on an opportunity there to just end the game. The spawn time was like 30 seconds from each member of GK Esports, and they didn't commit on that one. An interesting maneuver there from Team Falcons, but they still have the advantage, and they're just gonna try once again to break through the bases, like the base of GK Esports. The wave clear though will still be very good for GK. something to watch out for if you are Team Falcons.
Yeah, again, that was a questionable decision, but I don't really think they wanted to gamble that out. They were trying to just, be more decisive on a much more deciding option, which is the Lord. And this time it will march towards the base, but again, the power of this Moskov will just take down the Lord easily, especially and if both one at that. Oh, almost getting the kill. The Phaser's Wrath will connect, but it won't really matter that much. Ding will be taken out by Koba. And they get the front liner. Team Falcons, they're forced to go back to the Circling Eagle to re-engage towards Mark. Mark is still tanky enough to soak up the damage. And again, Costa Rica jumping into the backline, not going to take anything, not going to get anything. And Team Falcons, they're forced to flee away. Astral Echo will reveal their positions. Lark, thankfully though, getting that extra shielding to tank up the Astral Sphere. And GK Esports, they're fighting back. They're able to now get out of their own half. And even getting that kill. Oh, good final slash coming in from Costa Rica. But where's the follow-up? Super jumping forward with the Circling Eagle. Lark is there to dish out the damage. Entropy defensively backside. And now GK Esports left to stop on their tracks. As GK Esports losing Shen, meaning they don't have the engage tool needed to fight back.
It all started with a single careless mistake by Goodnight. Not very disciplined on that one. Meanwhile, Kenji will try to chase Koba with the Petrified. Ding is coming. Koba is gonna get taken down. There you go, the DPS is gone. Lark once again going crazy. Free hitting everyone. And that's gonna be 3 taken down for GK Esports. Team Falcons, this time for sure, it is endable. 2 guys left for GK Esports, and there's no wave clear whatsoever. Costa Rica and also Shen, they're forced to go with the wall. Meanwhile, the entropy is there for Lark. The wave is coming for GK Esports, but I don't think that's gonna matter. Lark with the damage. Costa Rica, the final slash with the onto 2, but it's not gonna do much. Lark is still going crazy with the damage in this late part of the game, and they're just gonna focus down on the crystal. And there you go. The second game secured by Team Falcons in a much more harder manner this time. A good sign in a way for GK Esports, but it's still an L nonetheless.
A good sign. But again, signs don't matter when you can't get the results. And for Team Falcons, a victory once again, as they will try to secure the final game because they are now on match point. And for GK Esports, it was so close. They were able to fight back
right now, and you want to keep hiding your cards because the next opponent is no slouch either. It's Twisted Minds if they do win out on this third game. And once again, we're back on the chess match of Coach Yesh and also Coach Jomai. It's still the same ban over and over again. Benedetta, the first ban for Ding. He has been probably one of the core members of Falcon Esports or Team Falcons. There's a reason why he got imported, man. And this might be the meta currently. The Filipinos being flown everywhere like an Instagram model.
We have Filipino players in Indonesia. We have in MPL Malaysia as well. You know, Innocent recently just won the MPL Malaysia Season 13. We also have players in, you know, MPL MENA as well. So they're all around the world, Mr. Worldwide. And it is also not without a reason. They're all very skillful players, you know, Filipino players. They're mechanically gifted. They are just insane when it comes to Mobile Legends. And for Ding, he is no exception. Because this Benedetta ban, like imagine banning Benedetta 3 times in a row, where mostly Benedetta would come as a second phase ban when you're left without an option for an XP later. And this time you ban at first phase, first ban against Ding. So it's quite an insane ban to make, but it's a respect ban nonetheless. Meanwhile, for Falcons, they take out the Luo Yi, take out the chip, you know, teleportation, and shenanigans that Falcons might have, or rather GK Esports might have. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to play with the teleportation game. They want to just brawl it out, run out the players, and the Edith again taken away. So not giving the Edith a chance to play again, because Super was Super with the Edith.
Okay, now do you want to go Fredrin or do you want to go Natan? Because the fact that they're not banning the Natan is quite sus. They're still choosing to ban the Edith for Super, but it's got to be Angela instead. Not the 2 heroes that I mentioned. 44% win rate, not that great of a win rate so far in MPL. Right now, kind of here is holding. So far, it's Natan. And for winning the game. There's still what works here. You like or somebody out there, but it's still with a style.
Now, of course,
Gimana?
they kind of want bad, you know, take out the potential jungle roles. Now Arlet and Baxia, of course, good 2 picks for Team Falcons. And Angela, the hands of DK Esports, could just, again, they could replicate the same, you know, composition that they did with the Angela Yuzong composition. That is something that they could seek out again with the Fredrin. To be honest, the Fredrin has been very good in the hands of Mark and hands of DK Esports, that was delivering them results, enabling them to contest the neutral objectives time and time again, especially when you have so much brawling potential with the Fredrin as well, so tanky and so mobile. The CC power that Fredrin has is also pretty good. And again, the Yuzong and the Angela, so hard guard and BDF again, but this time I hope DK Esports will be able to prioritize their, you know, ult assignments, their skill assignments to a much more mature level. And we do see a few lads in the back playing a game of Mobile Legends themselves. Interesting sight to see.
Yep. And also an interesting sight to see the fact that Costa Rica is back on the Yuzhong.
Yep.
Let's see if this gonna work out this time. Maybe not 3rd time's the charm, 4th time's the charm. But this is something that's a bit different from the previous games for Team Falcons. They brought out the Minotaur, not really putting any emphasis on the Natan, on the heroes that worked earlier. It's only the Basha and the Arlet, the heroes that has been used in previous games. Now the Minotaur, maybe they're still kind of quote-unquote and experimenting because they have the right to do so when they're up 2-0, and they're gonna be playing against Twisted Minds if they do win out on this game. But the objective still remains the same. If you can secure a 3-0 victory, then why not? And Harith, oh my goodness, I forgot about Harith at all. Wow.
Thankfully they spotted out, huh? That could be a scary pick, but why are the teams not first picking Harith? I'm still wondering why, because in other regions when a Harith is let go in the first phase, that's an insta pick for the Harith. But we did see that the Harith was able to be toned down by Team Falcons, so it's all good for Team Falcons. The Minotaur is a good pick to counter-engage towards the brawling potential of the Fredrin and the Yuzong. The Vixana, taken away from GK Esports, a pick that was introduced in the first game, I believe. And now, Falcons with the last ban off this game and possibly this series. What will they close it out with? A lot of options still in the cards. To take out the Moskov. Yeah, it was a pretty pesty option for GK Esports, and they will do just that.
Okay, now, do you ban Natan if you are GK Esports?
I think you do.
Yeah. Please do so. Because like, if
such a big problem.
Yeah, even if you have the Yuzhong and the Fredrin, like if the peel is there, and it is there, it is there. You have the Arlet, you have the Pasha, you have the Minotaur, 3 really solid frontliners. You also have a little bit of healing and also that blast of the Oasis from the Minotaur. The Natan will be further enhanced. And it's going to be the Roger instead, a hero that hasn't seen any playtime so far in the previous 2 games, getting banned by GK Esports. Again, I do not get it. You already have 2 frontliners here, very, very solid. You have a healer as well. Roger does bad against a healer. He can't really execute when those Flash of the Oasis procs. You should ban the Natan, but they chooses to go for Roger instead.
Well, I think they're prioing again this kind of like healing composition, sustained composition that they have with the Harith and the Angela. Now the fact that the Roger's taken out, what will they pick as the marksman? Irithel? Wow. I mean, they're still okay, 100% win rate, but it's been played like what, once I guess by Team Falcons, if I'm not mistaken. In their meeting against... Oh no, it was Twisted Minds that played Irithel, if I recall correctly. I'm gonna have to check that again. Irithel pick I did see taken by one of the teams in MPL MENA playoffs, but we'll check it later. Yeah, Irithel trading it with Natan, I don't think it's worth it, you know?
Well, there has been some teams, even MPL ID, that uses Irithel to kind of quote-unquote counter the Natan, because Irithel is very, very mobile, and it does give you a little bit of burst damage when you stack up those passive with a heavy crossbow. It is a mechanic to kind of burst down the Natan, and it's hard to catch. But now, it is an unpopular pick for a reason. It's not really the strongest marksman out there. They're definitely gambling on this pick and try to find new ways to counter the Natan instead of just throwing out of the window right away. I like the bravado though. They still wanna try to figure out this Natan, Lark's Natan, because at the end of the day, if you wanna win MPL MENA playoffs, a single hero shouldn't stop you.
Yeah. By the way, checking back on the stats, it was actually GK Esports that was able to get a win with the Irithel, but that time it wasn't against a Natan, it was against a carry. So, I mean, for a carry, yeah, I think it's much more easy for the Irithel to lane against, carry, short range. You don't really have that much burst compared to the Irithel. But now, game 3 with an Irithel pick against a Natan, interesting to see. Of course, who will be the representatives, the second representatives of MPL MENA towards MSC? Will it be Team Falcons Or will it be Team GK Esports possibly playing their last match of MPL MENA Season 5 right here? In the Land of Dawn we go. As Team GK Esports, their backs against the walls. They have to be able to get this win.
It's do or die for GK. Team Falcons though, they have, as you said earlier, realized they have more room for error. Even if you experiment in this game, it's still A-okay. There's still a lot of chances for them to secure the series and represent MENA in MSC 2024. Now, with the momentum and all swinging towards Team Falcons' favor, it's gonna be a really tough job for GK Esports to be able to win out on this one.
I do sense that to be the obstacle that is forcing GK Esports in a much more unfavorable spot. And with this Angela pick, it's trying to activate a much more proactive approach towards this game. So good night with the Navaria. It's just gonna clear out the waves. Clearly, now Kenji stuck with the Petrify. There comes the backup, and that is going to be first blood drawn by Mark. Good start for GK Esports. This is what they want. The power of the Fredrin, and as well as the early and quick rotations coming from GK Esports. And so far for Team Falcons, still, it won't really matter because they can still bank on this Natan. The late game, we have seen it time and time again happen across two games happening. Now Costa Rica trying to jump forward, backup coming in towards Mark, and there goes Goodnight. He says goodnight to himself. Ding, jumping in, trying to bob and weave, figuring out a way to get out, and he will still be alive thanks to the Vengeance and the Dauntless Strike. Oh, he flickers forward and gets Costa Rica in the process. Ding, he's not stopping anytime soon, and he will be punished for that. But that is balls of steel coming in from Ding.
Yep, but I don't know if that's the right play though, as right now he has to catch up to the turtle. Kenji has the advantage here. He takes the control of the turtle. Super will try to use the minion sphere to get them away from the vicinity, and Kenji will be able to secure this one quite convincingly with the red tree. Meanwhile, final slash on towards Zack uses the Nether Realm and also the flicker. Lash can form from Costa Rica. We'll try to use that one to get in, but almost getting bursted down by the third aggro. Costa Rica has to be able to play this one a bit more safely. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there's going to be a trade by Koba. Uses the sprint to get away from Lark with the entropy.
Oof. It's a very scary string of events happening up top. Felt like Costa Rica and Shen was overextending with the BDF and hard guard pop. But thankfully they take out, or get out rather, unscathed. And Lark's just having a good time bullying Koba down bottom. He's able to mount up the gold lead and even a level ahead of Koba before Koba was able to reach 5. And Shen gonna check out the bush. The Super is inside. And this time they slow down the tempo, not wanting to just brawl out because again, same win cons. Same ways to win this game. Just try to bank on Lark for the second time, third time now. This is the main objective of Team Falcons. The timers next is on the turtle. 35 seconds and Mark already shadowing Kenji, locking him in place. The taunt will connect towards Kenji. Super jumping in with the knock-up, and there goes the mini one Fury with the Astral Echo as well. There goes the Entropy, and Zack saved by the Nether Realm. No, he won't be, because he's just stuck there and can't even move. Koba gonna move away. Moving forward, the Astral Sphere connects, but a fight in the mid lane will be against the XP laners, but no casualties taken. And now, they can be marching towards the turtle with a much greater advantage because Mark has to recall back to his base.
You can see the disconnection is very, very apparent. The hard gun is used just to save one member from death. Even the Netherrealm is also used just to get Zack away from the death. Meanwhile though, Kenji will be hunted down by Costa Rica. Oh, final slash! Fighting on towards a 3, but it looks like the turtle will be secured by PK Esports. Meanwhile, Kenji is still taking all the damage coming in from Koba, but it looks like the chase by Lark will be able to get one for Mark. And that is going to be, I think, a winning trade for Team Falcons. They're right now 300 gold lead up against DK Esports and might be securing some turret damage in the bot lane, possibly taking it.
Ooh. That was, I don't know what chunked down Koba's HP. He was just gone in an instant. Shen trying to reconnect the love strings, but it's just not enough. As Ding will still stand strong under the tier 1 turret. And Koba now, a lane swap happening. He will swap out towards top side, but this time he's shadowed behind Super, and Ding Koba has to be wary of the positioning of these players. And this time Team Falcons, they're just playing this counter reactionary. They're just playing this in a much more reactionary way to be able to respond to the engages of DK Esports, to sniff out the possibilities of engages coming in. And you can see the power of Koba with the heavy crossbow is just so scary. It could be the main output of damage, but Lark now joins in. Perfect knockup from Super, followed up with a Minion Fury. The Black Dragon form comes in, but the final slashes miss. And now the hard guard is there to save the players of DK Esports, but they go back to the base. They go back to the jungle. Lark is taken out of the fray, and this could be the winning fight for DK Esports, but no follow-up next. And it's still a one-on-one trade, but they lose Lark in the process.
They do lose Lark, but it is a gold lane to gold lane trade, plus an XP lane in Costa Rica. But now they do have an advantage here. No, actually, they concede that one. Might be eyeing for a steal here from Kenji. It is a veteran in the end. He goes in very, very bravely. Meanwhile, the Priestess Wrath is there to try to secure the turtle, but Kenji still uses Retribution in the end. Mark still taking all damage, getting chased down. The final slash is gonna connect, abiding. Zach might be trying to chase down by Team Falcons. It looks like the fight ends, and they're trying to siege the mid lane turret with the resources they have.
Wow, again turning around for Team Falcons. A very up and down game. Ding looking for the final slash. It connects towards Zac, and no time to pop the Nether Realm. And of course, that ultimate was also expended in the previous fight. So Team Falcons, they get 2 turtles, they get the mid turret, they get tier 2s up top and down bottom. And Lark is just going to scale. That doesn't feel like something irreversible. And now the Black Dragon form trying to escape defensively. The hard guard equipped as well, but Costa Rica will get good night. Defensive becomes offensive, and Falcons, they're forced to flee away from the initiation. What I thought was about to be an escape turns out to be an assassination attempt from Costa Rica.
Yeah, but there's too much resources there. Hard guard and Black Dragon form. Meanwhile, Shen will not be able to get away from this one. Minions free onto 2. Netherrealm is still there. Lark dropping forward with the damage coming in. Still free hitting on towards Mark. The damage is already there. Koba will try to go away with his heavy crossbow. Stuns connect from Costa Rica. He's trying to go back again into the team fight. Watch out for the snipe coming in from Goodnight. But it looks like it's just going to be no trade at all in that exchange. Slark might be eyeing for another entropy here. Costa Rica, the prime target. No, they're just gonna back away. Team Falcons currently 3k gold lead. I gotta say, realize so far, Ding is one of the best threat or the greatest threat to GK Esports, man. Every time Ding wants something, he always gets it. Meanwhile, Black Dragon form combined with the hard guard once again. Entropy behind is Lark. It looks like they'll get caught out in third aggro. Costa Rica, what are you doing? A bit too aggressive there, taking all the third aggro. But they do get the mid lane turret, so there is still a trade there. Ding in the front line, trying to get something there, and that's it.
Wow. You were trying to point out something, and in the middle of your sentence, I was about to praise Costa Rica for having one of the best Fuzong gameplay so far, but we'll cut it short later because now a Minion Fury comes in. Another realm popped up, they're all stunned in the place of themselves. Lord Pit is still the main contention. The Lord is low. Kenji gets Mark and the Lord as well. 2 for 1. Bonus for Team Falcons. And I was about to say that Costa Rica is having one of the best Yuzong games out of his Yuzong games today. But that engage, that deep dive was just like, it was just the end of the rope. That was like, nah, I think I spoke too soon.
Yeah, but you can see there when the Lord is being taken by Kenji, they choose just to go for Mark instead because the retribution threat is still there. A very disciplined way of playing for Team Falcons. Let's see though, what's gonna happen here in the stage with the Lord.
Now the Lord coming in, Kenji rolling forward as well. The Shield Unity Mark pops the Appraiser's Wrath, but it's not enough to take down Mark, for Kenji rather, but they will take down the Lord. So that will just hamper the efforts of pushing forward, but Lark just exerting so much pressure up top, gets out with the Entropy. It's so easy for him to get out. And Super has the Dominance Ice to just, you know, neutralize the healing potential of this Angela, of this Yuzong, and the Faramis as well. So far for Falcons, they're off to a very, very good start now, transitioning towards the mid game. It's just looking more scary for Team Falcons, or for Team DK Esports rather. The Lightning Truncheon, acquired by Good Night, adds that extra wave clear, extra splash damage, combined with the Astral Sphere, and the Astral Meteor as well.
Yeah, I feel like Costa Rica has to be a bit more disciplined here. Yes, you are a Yuzhong, and with the hard guard, you can lock down the Lark quite easily, but when the Purify is still there, when the turret's still there, and when the whole team is there to peel for him, you're in for a bad time, man. This is a late game Natan. At this point, you can be too aggressive with your approach. And as we take a look at the KDAs that some of the DK Esports members has, Koba 010 hasn't got a kill yet. Even Zach, the 2 damage dealers that DK Esports has, they don't have any kill in their belt at all. There's no extra gold that's being poured onto them. And this is definitely trouble for GK Esports as they down about 6k gold lead in the 13th minute. Still comebackable though, but against Natan, what is going to be the response? Shando, oh, this is very dangerous, man. Ooh, thank God.
He already has his hands on the Divine Glaive for Lark, so that's going to just add extra penetration to cut down through Mark to Costa Rica. The frontliners won't really be frontlining no more. And the Lord now, it's just so easy when you have an Natan. And all just down to Lark, dishing out the damage so good. And so far for Team Falcons, they're trying to just end the game as soon as they can. Hunter Strike done for Ding, adding that extra dueling potential. Now Super with the Athena. It's just looking to stack up more magic resistance towards Shen and towards Zac. I don't see an angle where this Irithal will be able to outscale the Natan. I mean, sure, the burst is there, but you'll just be deleted before you can just charge up your heavy crossbows. And the Satan is just going to steamroll and just step you down in your face, but a fight down bottom, where Koba gets equipped with the hard guard. Ding will be able to run freely.
Oh, no.
The final slash is there to stop him in his tracks, but the Astral Echo will reveal and slow down the players of DK Esports. But they will re-engage, trying to stop this Lord. This Lord has been marching in, Super jumping forward. This could be the end of DK Esports if they lose 2 or 3 members, but they're still holding up. The Black Dragon form as a counter initiation tool, they'll be able to hold up, but the turrets are falling down. They are falling down like flies, and the Rail popped up as a defensive tool, but Lark is there to pop up the damage, and there goes the final slash. Zac is just gone, the hardware is not enough, and the crystal is next in their eyes. It could be the end. this could be the final game that GK Esports will be playing in MPL MENA Season 5 as Zack will submit himself to the wrath of the Falcons and they secure themselves a slot towards MSC, towards Riyadh, and of course towards the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5.
Oh my goodness. There are a lot of twists and turns in MPL MENA playoffs so far in this Season 5. But the fact that so far until the grand finals, there are no retaliations whatsoever from the opposing team. It's a 3-0, it's 2-0. It's always a dominant 1-1, and at the other end, it's really, really bad. Falcons, welcome to MXC 24. Can't play in their home court. God. MENA. Wow.
Oh, so unlucky for GK Esports, but Team Falcons, what a showing from them.
نهائيات السنة الماضية لهاي البطولة. أول شيء شعوركم بعد الفوز 3-0 أمام فريق جي كي كنجي؟
والله شعور حلو جدا عشان احنا تأهلنا للام اس سي عشان ناخد بقى خبرات عالميه وان شاء الله الريجن كله يتطور. هي الفكره كلها مش بس مين اللي هياخد الفاينل اذا كان بكره، الفكره بس كلها هل الريجن هتتطور بعد ما نوصل لام اس سي. هي دي الفكره كلها، وان شاء الله نشرف الكوميونتي بتاعتنا باي حاجه
باذن الله يا رب. وهلا انا سوبر يعني حابب اجيك وبدي اسالك بخصوص التيم مانجر الف وتواجده معاكم، كيف تاثيره عليكم وتواجدكم في المسرح، لعبكم في البطوله، كيف تاثيره معاكم؟
صح انه الفا كان خلف الكواليس، بس انه ساعدنا من ناحيه درافت، ساعدنا من ناحيه يعني تحليل واشياء، ما قصر الله يعطيه العافيه.
يعني بنشكره برضه على تواجده معنا وعلى تاثيره الايجابي، لانه عن جد شفنا تغيير تام بعد الخساره امام توستد. كمان كملتوا 2-0 3-0، وللعلم يعني كل مبارياتنا 2-0 3-0، ما شفنا اي فريق قدر يرجع. فتجهيزكم لبكره كيف حيكون؟ عدوكم اللدود كنجي توستد مايندز، خسرتوا امامهم مره مرتين، فايش اللي يمكن نشوفه مختلف معانا باخر سيريز بكره باذن الله؟
هي السيريز بكره بما هتبقى بيست اوف 7 فخلاص كله هيطلع اللي عنده، فاللي عنده مفاجآت هيطلعها. ده اللي احنا مستنيين اقول لهم، وان احنا ان شاء الله يعني هننتقم منهم. مش بس هتكسبونا فوق وخلاص كده الموضوع انتهى وخلاص خدتوا الفاينل، لا في منافسه وهتيجي واحنا اللي هناخدها ان شاء الله.
يعني هل فكرك البست اوف 7 بكره يمكن يوصل 7 ايام، ولا هل فكرك حتكمل الترند معانا ونشوف 4-0؟
ممكن عادي، ليه لا، لان كله هيطلع اللي عنده، بس احنا ان شاء الله يعني 4-0 ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله بنشوف هل يا ترى حيكون 4-0 للفالكونز، ولا هل تويستد حيحسمها ويتم تتويجه كبطل الاقليمين وحيمثل الاقليمين باذن الله في النهائيات العالميه. شباب يعطيكم العافيه والف مبروك على الفوز، وبنشكركم على تواجدكم وعلى الاداء الاسطوري خلال مباريات اليوم. سوبر كنجي يعطيكم العافيه يا شباب والف مبروك على الفوز. حضورنا الكرام.
জার্মানি বন শহর থেকে আপনাদের সঙ্গে আছে আমি খালেদ মহিউদ্দিন। সাংবাদিকরা আসলে কতটুকু ভয় পান, কতটুকু মুক্ত পরিবেশ রয়েছে এখানে, সাংবাদিকদের সাহস আছে কিনা, দুর্নীতিগ্রস্ত কেউ যদি ক্ষমতায় থাকেন, পদে থাকেন, তার বিরুদ্ধে লিখতে পারেন কিনা, এরকম নানা ধরনের আলোচনায় এখন সারা দেশেই চলছে অনেক দিন ধরে। সেই সব বিষয় নিয়ে কথা বলার জন্য আজ আমাদের সঙ্গে রয়েছেন ডিবিসি টেলিভিশনের সম্পাদক জনাব প্রণব সাহা। প্রণব দা, আপনাকে আমাদের অনুষ্ঠানে স্বাগত জানাই। আপনাকে ধন্যবাদ, আপনি আমাদের অনুষ্ঠানে সময় দিয়েছেন। আমাদের সাথে আরো আছেন
আমাকে আমন্ত্রণ জানানোর জন্য
ধন্যবাদ আপনাকে। আমাদের সাথে আরো রয়েছেন সাবেক সংসদ সদস্য জনাব গোলাম মাওলা রনি। জনাব গোলাম মাওলা রনি খুবই জনপ্রিয় টক শো প্রেজেন্স আছে তার, তাকে আপনাকেও আমি স্বাগত জানাই যে আপনার এই মূল্যবান সময় আমাদেরকে একটু দেওয়ার জন্য। কিন্তু রনি ভাই, আপনার অনুমতি নিয়েই আমি একটু প্রণবদাকে দিয়ে আসলে একটু প্রশ্নটা শুরু করতে চাই যে প্রণবদা, আপনি জানেন যে গত কয়েকদিন ধরে সাবেক পুলিশ প্রধান বেনজির আহমেদ নিয়ে একটি কথা হচ্ছে, সেই কথাটি আসলে একটু পুরনো হয়েছে, বেনজির আহমেদের বিষয়টি একটু পুরনো, কিন্তু সাংবাদিকতার ক্ষেত্রে বিষয়টি নিয়ে আসলে আমাদের একটু চর্চা করতেই হবে। সেটি হচ্ছে যে আমাদের একজন প্রধানতম গুরুত্বপূর্ণ সম্পাদকদের একজন যারা মাহফুজ আনাম বলেছেন যে বেনজির আহমেদের বিষয়টি তিনি জানতেন দুর্নীতির, কিন্তু তিনি লেখার সাহস পাননি। আবার একইভাবে ওবায়দুল কাদের সাহেব, যিনি ক্ষমতাসীন আওয়ামী লীগ দলের সাধারণ সম্পাদক, সেকেন্ড ম্যান ইন কমান্ড, তিনি বলেছেন যে সাংবাদিকরা না জানালে আমরা কোত্থেকে জানবো, সাংবাদিকদের সাহস নেই, সাংবাদিকরা বলতে পারে নাই। আমি দাদা প্রশ্নটা এমন ভাবে করতে চাই যে বেনজির সাহেব যে একজন দুর্নীতিগ্রস্ত লোক, সেটা কি আপনি জানতেন কিনা বেনজির সাহেব ক্ষমতায় থাকার সময়, এবং সেটা আপনি লিখতে বা প্রকাশ করতে বা প্রচার করতে কোনো ধরনের বাধা অনুভব করেছিলেন কিনা? প্রণব দা।
ধন্যবাদ আপনাকে। খালিদুদ্দিন, আপনি আমার সঙ্গে দীর্ঘদিনের সহকর্মীও ছিলেন। আপনি জানেন যে আমি যে সংবাদটি প্রকাশ করতে চাই বা যেটা নিয়ে লিখতে চাই বা এখন টেলিভিশনে যে রিপোর্ট আমরা করাতে চাই, সেই রিপোর্টটা সংবাদ করতে হলে যে সমস্ত উপাদান লাগে তার সবকিছু একজন রিপোর্টারের হাতে থাকলে সেটা করার একটা ব্যাপার আছে। আরেকটা এও জানেন আপনি যেটি শুরুতেই বলেছেন একটু ইন্ট্রোডাকশন হিসেবে, যে ক্ষমতাসীন যে আছেন তার সঙ্গে ডিল করা একটা জিনিস, আর যার এখন কোনো ক্ষমতা নেই তার সঙ্গে ডিল করাটা আরেকটা জিনিস। কারণ যার কাছে ক্ষমতা থাকবে তার বিরুদ্ধে কোনো রিপোর্ট তৈরি করতে হলে আমাকে যথেষ্ট মাল মশলা নিয়ে সেই রিপোর্টটা করতে হবে, এবং সেইটা আমি জানলে করব কি করব না সেটা তো আমার ব্যক্তিগত বিষয়। আরেকটি বিষয় আছে প্রতিষ্ঠান, আমি যে প্রতিষ্ঠানে কাজ করি সেই প্রতিষ্ঠানের সম্পাদকীয় নীতি কি, সেই প্রতিষ্ঠান কি সেই রকম ঝুঁকিপূর্ণ সংবাদ করতে উৎসাহী হবে কি হবে না, এটা প্রতিষ্ঠানের উপর যেমন নির্ভর করে, সম্পাদকীয় নীতিমালার উপর নির্ভর করে। একই সঙ্গে রিপোর্টার হিসেবে আমি কতটা তথ্য সংগ্রহ করে আমার অফিসকে ইকুইপ করলাম একটি খুবই চাঞ্চল্যকর রিপোর্ট করার ক্ষেত্রে, সেইটাও কিন্তু অনেকটা নির্ভর করে। ফলে ঢালাওভাবে যদি কেউ ভয়ের কথা বলে, এখন আপনি যে মাহফুজ আনামের কথা যেটি বললেন আপনি, সেটা শ্রদ্ধেয় মাহফুজ আনাম আমাদের অনেক শ্রদ্ধেয় ব্যক্তিত্ব এবং অনেক ভালো সাংবাদিক হিসেবে তার আমাদের পরিচয় আছে। উনি একরকম আইডিয়ালও এখন যদি যে অল্প 2-4 জন যে হাতে গোনা সম্পাদক আছেন তার, ফলে উনি কেন করেন না জেনেও আমি জানি না। তবে আমার কাছে এমন কোনো তথ্য ছিল না যেটা সংবাদ করার মতন, মানে যখন উনি আইজিপি ছিলেন বা উনি র্যাবের মহাপরিচালক ছিলেন বা উনি ঢাকা মেট্রোপলিটন পুলিশ কমিশনার হিসেবে যখন দায়িত্ব পালন করেছেন, কিন্তু তখনও আমার সুযোগ হয়েছিল, আমি একবার র্যাবের মহাপরিচালক হিসেবে তার একটি ইন্টারভিউ করেছি, লাইভ করেছি। আমি ডিএমপি কমিশনার হিসেবেও তাই লাইভ করেছি, একটি আরটিভিতে করেছি, একটি আমি যখন ডিবিসি নিউজে তখন আমি করেছি। তখন যে কয়টা তার সম্পর্কে তখন যে সমালোচনা ছিল যে ক্ষমতার একটা দম্ভ, এটা আমরা দেখেছি। একজন পুলিশ কমিশনার অন্যান্য পুলিশ কমিশনাররা তার আগে যেভাবে চলাফেরা করেছে আর তার যে গাড়ির বহর, এই সমস্ত প্রশ্ন কিন্তু আমরা তখনও তার সামনে করেছি। কিন্তু একদমই পার্টিকুলারলি যে খবরটি এখন আলোচিত হচ্ছে যে উনি জমি দখল করে নিয়েছেন না অনেক জমি কিনেছেন নাকি অনেকগুলো ফ্ল্যাট কিনেছেন তার কতদিনের আয় থেকে, এইরকম তথ্য আমি ব্যক্তিগতভাবে আমার কাছে ছিল না। কিন্তু উনি যে একটি ক্ষমতার অপব্যবহার বলেন আর ক্ষমতার যে বহিঃপ্রকাশ দেখাতেন একজন পুলিশ কমিশনার হিসেবে, যেটা আমরা আগের কোনো পুলিশ কমিশনারকে দেখি নাই, সেটা কিন্তু আমরা তাকে লাইভে প্রশ্ন করেছি এবং উনি ওনার মতন করে সেটা জবাবও দিয়েছে। আমি খুব বেশি মনে করি না।
দুটা বিষয় আপনি শ্রদ্ধেয় মাহফুজ আনামের কথা বলছিলেন যে তিনি একদম স্পষ্ট বলেছেন যে তিনি আসলে এটি প্রকাশ করতে পারেন না, আছে ভয়টাকে তিনি সামনে এনেছেন। আরেকটা বিষয় আপনি বলেছেন যে দুর্নীতির প্রতিবেদন করার ক্ষেত্রে বা ক্ষমতাবানদের ক্ষেত্রে যে দুর্নীতির প্রতিবেদন করার ক্ষেত্রে যে একটি প্রতিষ্ঠান সেই ঝুঁকিটা নিবে কিনা, সাংবাদিকদের কাজ তো আসলে প্রতিনিয়ত ঝুঁকি নেওয়া। দাদা আপনি ঠিকই বলেছেন, আপনার সঙ্গে আমি আসলে অনেক দিন ধরে কাজ করেছি, আপনিও বিভিন্ন বিষয়ে নানা সময় ঝুঁকি নিয়েছেন। ঝুঁকি নেওয়াটাই সাংবাদিকতা, ঝুঁকি না নিলে তো সেটা এক ধরনের মানে সেটাকে অনেকভাবেই ব্যাখ্যা করা যায়। আপনি কি এইটা মনে করেন না যে গোপালগঞ্জে বা বাংলাদেশের যে কোনো জায়গায় এতগুলি জমি, আমি কিন্তু দেখি যে বেনজির সাহেব কোনো কিছু কিন্তু লুকাইতে চেষ্টা করেন নাই। তিনি যে ভাওয়াল রিসোর্টে সেখানে তার নাম ছিল, তিনি আরো ক্লাবের সাথে অন্তর্ভুক্ত হচ্ছেন, তিনি যে তার স্ত্রীর থেকে দিয়ে যে তিনি টেলিভিশনের শেয়ার কিনছেন, তিনি যে এর কোনোটাই কিন্তু মানে কালের কণ্ঠ পত্রিকাটা রিপোর্ট করার সময় তাদেরকে খুব খুঁজে বাইর করতে হয় নাই। তিনি সাইনবোর্ড লাগাচ্ছেন তার স্ত্রী, তার মানে তো আপনার কাছে কি মনে হয় যে এইটা এরকম কেন হইলো যে একজন সরকারি কর্মচারী এত জমি কিনতেছেন, সেটা আমাদের করেসপন্ডেন্টরা যে এটা রিপোর্ট করার জন্য আপনারা যারা নিউজ ম্যানেজার আছেন তাদের কাছে পাঠালেন না, সেইটা আসলে কি কারণে হইতে পারলো বা কি কারণে হলো?
দেখেন আমি 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 শুরুতে কিন্তু সেটা বলেছি, খালিদ আপনি দেখেন, আমি তো বলছি যে কোনো পুলিশ, ওনার প্রথম পদ কিন্তু পুলিশ কমিশনার ঢাকা মেট্রোপলিটনের, তারপরে উনি র্যাবের মহাপরিচালক, তারপরে উনি আইজিপি। আমি তো বললাম যখনই উনি পুলিশ কমিশনারের দায়িত্ব নিয়েছেন তখনই ওনার যেরকম ক্ষমতার প্রভাব দেখিয়েছেন, তাতে করে যে কোনো সাংবাদিক, আপনি জেলা করেসপন্ডেন্টকে দেখলেন বললেন কেন, আপনি তো মাহবুব আনামি বলছে যে উনি জানতো কিন্তু প্রকাশ করে নাই। একজন জেলা পুলিশ, জেলার একজন করেসপন্ডেন্ট যারা বিভিন্ন পত্রিকার বা টেলিভিশনের, তারা জেলা প্রতিনিধি হিসেবে এখনো তো, আমি তো মনে করি উনি তো পুলিশ কমিশনার, উনি তো র্যাবের মহাপরিচালক, পুলিশের আইজি, ওনার বিরুদ্ধে কেন? অনেক রাজনীতিবিদদের বিরুদ্ধে তো কোনো তথ্য তারা মানে প্রচার করতে চায় না ভয়ে, সেরকম ঘটনা তো আছেই। আমি আমার 3 জন ডিস্ট্রিক্ট করেসপন্ডেন্টকে সামলাচ্ছি, যাদের একজনের বিরুদ্ধে পর্নোগ্রাফি আইনে মামলা দিয়েছে পুলিশ, একজনের বিরুদ্ধে মার্ডার কেসের আসামি করেছে। এমনকি আপনি জানবেন সর্বশেষ বরগুনাতে একটি ঘটনা ঘটেছে, সেই ঘটনায় প্রেস ক্লাবের সকলকে তারা আসামি করে জেল খাটিয়েছে, এবং যারা পুলিশ নিয়ে ঢুকেছিল তারাও আসামি হয়েছে এবং তাদেরকেও গ্রেফতার করে জেল খাটানো হয়েছে, পরে তাদেরকে জামিনের ব্যবস্থা করা হয়েছে। ফলে ক্ষমতার সঙ্গে, যার হাতে ক্ষমতা থাকে, যিনি পুলিশের লোক, আপনি পুলিশের বিরুদ্ধে কম নিউজ হয়, পুলিশের দুর্নীতি বেশি, এটা বলতে তো কোনো অসুবিধা নাই।
আচ্ছা,
আবার অনেক রাজনীতিবিদ আছেন, এমনকি বিরোধী দলে থাকেন, তার বিরুদ্ধে নিউজ করতে অনেক সময় আমাদের সংবাদদাতারা ভয় করেন। আমাদের মতন লোকেরা তো অনেক সময় করার আগে ভেবে চিন্তে নেই যে করবেন কিনা। একটা টক শোতে আমার উপস্থাপক কি বলেছে সেই চাপ দিয়ে সেই টক শো বন্ধ করতে হয়, এখনো বিরোধী দলের নেতারা করে। সরকার তো করবেই, সরকার তো ক্ষমতার দম্ভই দেখাবে, এইগুলো ফেস করেই তো আমাদেরকে এগিয়ে যেতে হয়।
ওকে, প্রণবদা যে জায়গা থেকে শেষ করেছেন আমি আবার প্রণবদার কাছে আসব। আমি কিন্তু এই বিষয়ে জনাব গোলাম মাওলা রনি ভাইকে আমরা একটু শুনতে চাই। রনি ভাই, মানে আমরা যখন এই প্রশ্নটা উত্থাপন করি সাংবাদিকতার জায়গা থেকে, তখন বেশিরভাগ সময় ইতিহাস, ভূগোল, এগুলি নানা ধরনের কথা আমাদেরকে জ্ঞান দেওয়া হয় যে এর আগের দশকে কি ছিল বা পাশের দেশে কি আছে বা উন্নত বিশ্বে কি আছে। আমি সেই জায়গায় যেতে চাই না, আমি শুধু এই প্রশ্নটা আপনাকে করতে চাই যে সাংবাদিকরা যে বলছেন যে তারা ভয়ে করেন না, সেইটা কি আসলে ভয়, নাকি তারা বা আমরা সবাই আসলে ক্ষমতাবানদের মিষ্টি বইটাতেই শুধু থাকতে চাই, দুষ্ট বইটাতে যাইতে চাই না? মানে এটা যত না ভয়, আমরা ফিজিক্যালি আমরা খুব আহত হব সেটার জন্য, তার চেয়ে বেশি আমাদের মিষ্টিটা, পানটা, সেটা খাওয়ার একটা জায়গা। আপনি কিভাবে জিনিসটা দেখেন? আপনার কাছ থেকে আমি একটু জানতে চাইবো এই মুহূর্তে সাংবাদিকতার ক্ষেত্রে আপনি যতটা ভয়, মানে ওই যে আপনি এই কথা প্রায়ই বলেন ক্যারট এন্ড স্টিক, আমরা কি আসলে স্টিকটা যত না তার চেয়ে বেশি ক্যারটটা আমাদের বেশি আকর্ষণ করে কিনা?
না, আপনার প্রশ্নের মধ্যেই মানে সব কথার উত্তর আমরা পেয়ে গেছি। আমি যেটা বলতে চাই, আমি এই সমাজে এখন একজন সাধারণ নাগরিক হিসেবে, তারপরে একজন সাবেক আওয়ামী লীগের একজন সদস্য হিসেবে, যেটাকে মনে হয় যে আওয়ামী লীগ কম্পারেটিভলি সাংবাদিক বান্ধব একটি রাজনৈতিক দল, এবং আওয়ামী লীগের যে প্রধান থেকে শুরু করে অন্য সবাই যারা আছেন, মোরালের সবাই অন্য যে কোনো রাজনৈতিক দলের চাইতে সাংবাদিক বান্ধব, এতে কোনো সন্দেহ নাই। আমি এখন বিএনপি করি, তারপরও আমি এই কথাটা বলতে বাধ্য। 2 নম্বর হলো যে এখানে যে রিপ্রেজেন্টেশন, আপনি দেখুন কোনো আমলে যেতে হয়নি, সাংবাদিকদের মধ্যে 2 জন লোক এখন সংসদ সদস্য হিসেবে আছেন, প্রেস ক্লাবের সভাপতি সাবেক এবং বর্তমান। এবং এই সংবাদপত্র জগতে খালিদ, আপনারও বস, আমারও বস ছিলেন নাইমুল ইসলাম খান, অত্যন্ত জনপ্রিয়, পরিচিত এবং খুবই ইন্টেলেকচুয়াল একজন ডাইনামিক সম্পাদক। তার অনেক বিতর্ক থাকতে পারে, কিন্তু সম্পাদক হিসেবে, সাংবাদিক হিসেবে তার যে নেম ফেম, সেই মানুষটি এখন গণভবনে প্রধানমন্ত্রীর প্রেস সচিব। যেভাবে প্রধানমন্ত্রী সাংবাদিককে দেখে দেখে সংবাদ সম্মেলন করেন, ফ্রেন্ডলি তাদের সাথে কথা বলেন, তো সেক্ষেত্রে সাংবাদিকদের মধ্যে ভয়টা আমি মেলাতে পারি না কেন সেখানে এই ভয়টা আসছে। এমনকি নারী সাংবাদিকতার ক্ষেত্রে আমরা আমানপুরকে উদাহরণ হিসেবে ধরি, কিন্তু বাংলাদেশের ক্ষুদ্র একটা প্রেক্ষাপটে মুনির সাহা বলেন, ফারজানা রূপা বলেন, আরো অনেক এরকম 10-12 জন নারী সাংবাদিক হিসেবে বেশ যাকে বলে পরিচিত হয়ে আসছেন, যারা অনেক বিষয়ে মানে সাহস দেখান, অনেক বিষয়ে সাহস দেখান। তো সেই সাহসটি বেনজিরের পক্ষে চলে যায় কখনো, কিন্তু বেনজিরের বিপক্ষে কেন যায় না, এটা একটা সাইকোলজিক্যাল সমস্যা আছে বলে আপনি যেটা বললেন আমার কাছে সেটা মনে হতে পারে। এক, 2 নম্বরে যেটা হলো মাহফুজ ভাই যেটা বলেন, মাহফুজ ভাইয়ের সঙ্গে আমি একসাথে ডেইলি স্টারে কিছুদিন কাজকর্ম করেছি। হি ইজ এ নাইস এবং তিনি সাহসী মানুষ, মুক্তিযুদ্ধ করেছেন, শিক্ষিত, মার্জিত, ভদ্র। কিন্তু তার একটা সমস্যা হলো তিনি মাঝে মধ্যে কিছু কথা বলে ফেলেন। যেমন এর আগে 111 নিয়ে একটা কথা বলে অনেকগুলো মামলা ঠামলা হলো, আবার এই যে এখন একটা কথাবার্তা বলে ফেললেন। তো এইগুলো তো অনেক সমস্যার সৃষ্টি করে। আসলে আমাদের সমাজটা হলো কি, এখন যেভাবে যাচ্ছে কোনো কিছুই মানে মানে বর্তমান যে জমানা যে খারাপ, এই জমানার বাইরে মানে যাওয়া সম্ভব নয়। বাংলাদেশে যা কিছু ঘটছে, যেমন বেনজির সাহেবকে নিয়ে উবাইদুল কাদের সাহেব একটা খুব ভালো কথা বলছেন যে তাকে দেখে কখনো মনেই হয়নি, ওই যেমন প্রণবদা যেটা বললেন যে সে অহংকার দেখাতেন, মাঝে মধ্যে তার অ্যারোগেন্সি ছিল, কিন্তু সত্যিকার অর্থে তার সামনে বসলে কথাবার্তা বললে একজন শিক্ষিত মার্জিত মানুষ হিসেবে ফ্রেন্ডলি মনে হতো, এবং সে যে দুর্নীতি করতে পারে এটা আসলে তার সামনে যারা 1-to-1 বৈঠক করতেন তারা আসলে মনে করতেন। আমি নিজেও তার সঙ্গে আমার একটা ভালো সম্পর্ক ছিল। ওয়াইদুল কাদেরের কথা মতো যে আমার তার মুখের দিকে তাকিয়ে কখনোই মনে হয়নি যে এই মানুষটি দুর্নীতি করতে পারে। এর কারণ হলো আপনি জানেন যে জাতিসংঘে একটা মানুষ চাকরি করেছে, সে একটা নবম গ্রেডের একজন কর্মকর্তা, মাসে 18 থেকে 19 হাজার ইউএস ডলার যার বেতন, এবং 8-10 বছর তিনি সেখানে চাকরি করেছেন। আবার 2008 সনে যখন তিনি বাংলাদেশে এলেন, ওই ডিআইজি অ্যাডমিন হিসেবে জয়েন করার আগে সবার আগে আমার সাথে তার একটা বৈঠক হয়েছিল। আমার কাছে মনে হচ্ছে যে সেদিনে তার কথাবার্তায় যে আওয়ামী লীগের মধ্যে পলিটিক্যাল কানেকশন, আই মাইট বি দ্য ফার্স্ট ওয়ান। সে ওই কোন মন্ত্রী এমপি কে 2008-9 সন পর্যন্ত চিনতেন না, আই এম শিওর। এর কারণ হলো যে আমার সাথে তার প্রথম বৈঠক হয়েছিল। তো তখন একজন লোককে তার শিক্ষা, তার কথা, তার ইংলিশ প্রোনাউন্সিয়েশন থেকে শুরু করে সবকিছু, এবং বিএনপির জমানাতে তিনি এসপি হিসেবে দায়িত্বরত ছিলেন একটা জেলাতে। তো সে যদি ওরকম ভাবে খুব দলীয় তার কোনো ভাবমূর্তি থাকতো, ছাত্রলীগের ওরকম কোনো থাকতো, তাহলে বিএনপির জমানাতে এসপি হিসেবে তো তিনি দায়িত্ব পালন করতে পারতেন না। তো এই মানুষগুলো আজিজ সাহেবের ক্ষেত্রে প্রযোজ্য। আজিজ সাহেব বা বেনজির সাহেব এরা 2008 সন পর্যন্ত এদের একটা ইতিহাস ছিল বাংলাদেশে,
রাইট।
তো সেই ইতিহাসে আপনি গিয়ে দেখেন, সেই ইতিহাসে তাদের এই যে এখন যে অভিযোগগুলো তাদের বিরুদ্ধে আছে, সেটা 2008 সন পর্যন্ত তাদের কারোর বিরুদ্ধে এই অভিযোগগুলো ছিল না। তো 2009 থেকে একেবারে 2024 সন পর্যন্ত এই সুদীর্ঘ সময় কেন তাদের বিরুদ্ধে অভিযোগ এলো? প্রথমত আমার কাছে যেটা মনে হচ্ছে, দেয়ার ইজ এ সিন্ডিকেশন। তারা একা কোনো কাজ করেননি, তাদের একটা সিন্ডিকেট ছিল।
আমি এই পর্যায়ে শুধু জানতে চাইছি যে মানে আজিজ সাহেব এবং বেনজির সাহেব যে নানা রকম দোষ করেছেন বা নানা রকম অন্যায় করেছেন, দুর্নীতি করেছেন, সেটা এখন অনেকটাই স্পষ্ট। দুদক বলেছেন তারা প্রাইম অফিসে কেস পেয়েছেন, আরেকজনের বিরুদ্ধে অভিযোগ গিয়ে করা হচ্ছে। আমি বলতে চাইছি যে আমি ধরে নেই যে সাংবাদিকরা ব্যাপারটা জানতেন, ওবায়দুল কাদেরের কথা সত্যি হলে এবং মাহফুজ আনাম সাহেবের কথা সত্যি হলে। সাংবাদিকরা ব্যাপারটা জেনেও যে করেন নাই, মাহফুজ আনাম সাহেব বলছেন ভয়, ওবায়দুল কাদের বলছেন সাহস ছিল কি ছিল না। আমি প্রশ্ন করতেছি সেইটা কি তারা ভয়ে করে নাই নাকি কোনো বেনিফিটের কারণে করে নাই? মানে
আমার বক্তব্য হলো সে ভয়ে করে নাই। এর কারণ হলো মানে মূলত বেনজির এবং আজিজ সাহেব দুজনে যেহেতু আমলা, তাদের দুজনেরই ঠিক পাবলিক কমিউনিকেশন, সাংবাদিকদের সাথে সম্পর্ক, তাদেরকে বেনিফিট দেওয়া, তাদেরকে শেয়ার করা, এই দুটো জিনিস আমি আসলে কখনোই দুজনের মধ্যে দেখিনি। হয়তো প্রণবদা একদিন গিয়েছেন একটা চ্যানেলের সম্পাদক হিসেবে, তার সাথে যতটুকু সময় দেওয়া দরকার, এরপরে আবার সে টেলিফোন করলে তার সাথে রেসপন্ড করা বা প্রণবদার বাসায় যাওয়া, প্রণবদাকে তার বাসায় দাওয়াত করা, এই যে যেটা সাধারণত রাজনীতিবিদরা করে থাকে, এই জিনিসটা বেনজির সাহেব বা আজিজ সাহেবের মধ্যে ছিল না কখনোই।
তাইলে কি বাংলাদেশে, মানে সরি আপনাকে ইন্টারাপ্ট করার জন্য, তাহলে কি বাংলাদেশে একটা ওয়ারেন্ট অফ প্রেসিডেন্সে বড় ধরনের একটা গন্ডগোল লাগছে? কারণ আমরা দেখছি যে সাংবাদিকরা খুব সহজে, মানে অত বেশি চিন্তা না করে মন্ত্রীদের বিরুদ্ধে রিপোর্ট করতে পারে, তো দুইজন সরকারি কর্মচারীদের বিরুদ্ধে রিপোর্ট করতে পারে না? মানে তারা তো পোর্টফোলিওতে ওয়ারেন্ট অফ প্রেসিডেন্সে, তাদের জায়গা কি এরকম ভয়ের হয়ে গেছে যে তারা মন্ত্রী এমপিদের বিরুদ্ধে অহরহ, এমনকি এই সরকারের আমলে আমি খুব বেশি দেখি নাই, কিন্তু আমাদের দর্শকরাও বলতেছেন, প্রণব দাও আমাকে সাক্ষী দিবেন, সাবেক প্রধানমন্ত্রীর ছেলে, প্রধানমন্ত্রী, কার্টুন, রিপোর্ট, যে সময় যেটা অনেক কিছু হয়েছে, এই সরকারেরও সর্বোচ্চ পর্যায়ে ইঙ্গিত করে অনেক রিপোর্ট হয়েছে। দুইটার কর্মচারীর বিরুদ্ধে রিপোর্ট হতে পারবে না, মানে এইটা ভয়ের জন্য হবে না?
না না, সেটা ঠিকই আছে। আপনি
জি রনি ভাই,
প্রথমত আপনি টোটাল বিষয়টাকে অনেক উপরে নিয়ে গেছেন। এখন একজন আইজি, সেনাবাহিনী প্রধান, পুলিশ কমিশনার, র্যাবের ডিজি অনেক অনেক বড় পদ। এখানে যারা সম্পাদকীয় পদে মন্ত্রীর চেয়ে বড়।
আচ্ছা, মন্ত্রীর চেয়ে বড়, আমি এই জিনিসটাই জানতে চাইছিলাম, এইটা একটু আপনি যদি ব্যাখ্যা করেন যে কিভাবে তারা
এবং ক্ষেত্র বিশেষে তারা নিজেকে অনেকে প্রধানমন্ত্রীর চেয়ে বড় মনে করেন। বড় নন, কিন্তু তারা নিজেদেরকে প্রধানমন্ত্রীর চেয়ে বড় মনে করেন। ইটস এ সাইকোলজিক্যাল ব্যাপার। এখন আপনি ঢাকায় এদের কথা বাদ দেন, প্রণবদা যে কথাটা বলছিলেন সেটা হলো তার যে সকল আঞ্চলিক রিপোর্টার রয়েছেন যারা এখন মামলা মোকদ্দমা ভোগ করছেন, এখন সেখানে গিয়ে দেখেন একজন ওসি, সার্কেল এসপি বা একজন এসপি বা একজন ডিসি, বিশ্বাস করেন তাদের যে ক্ষমতা এই বাংলাদেশে এই মুহূর্তে মোগল সম্রাট আকবরের চেয়ে বেশি। এখন একটা জেলাতে একজন এসপির যে ক্ষমতা বা একটা উপজেলাতে একজন ওসি বা টিওনোর যে ক্ষমতা, সেটা সম্রাট আকবরের মতো ক্ষমতা তাদের এলাকায়। সেই তুলনায় আসলে বেনজির সাহেব বা এখন যারা আইজি সাহেব আছেন, কমিশনার আছেন, তারা অনেক কম ক্ষমতা ভোগ করেন। 2 নম্বর হলো ঢাকার শহরে যারা মাহফুজ আনাম থাকেন, আমরা থাকি বা প্রণবদা থাকেন, আমরা তুলনামূলকভাবে নিরাপদ, অনেকটা নিরাপদ, কিন্তু এখানে অনেকগুলো ওয়ে আউট আছে। কিন্তু যদি আপনি কোনো একটা উপজেলা শহরে বা জেলা শহরে এইরকম কোনো মোগল সম্রাটদের মানে হেনস্থার শিকার হন, কোন মোগল সম্রাট যদি আপনাকে টার্গেট করে বসে, আপনি ওখান থেকে বিশ্বাস করেন আপনি আল্লাহর কাছে বলবেন যে আল্লাহ তুমি নিজে আমাদেরকে এখানে এসে উদ্ধার করে, একমাত্র মহান আল্লাহ রাব্বুল আলামিন ছাড়া সেই সম্রাটের জায়গা থেকে আপনাকে কেউ উদ্ধার করে
রনি ভাই, আপনিও আমাদেরই লোক ছিলেন, রনি ভাই আপনিও আমাদের লোক ছিলেন, অর্থাৎ সাংবাদিক ছিলেন। সেই জায়গা থেকে আমি একটু বলে রাখতে চাই, ডিসিএসপিদের স্থানীয় মাঠ পর্যায়ে ক্ষমতা কিন্তু আমরা অনেক আগে থেকে দেখছি। মিড 80s-এ, মিড 90s-এ ডিসিএসপিরা কিন্তু এরকমই পাওয়ারফুল ছিলেন স্থানীয় সাংবাদিকদের কাছে। আমরা প্রণবদা তো অসংখ্যবার, আমিও বহুবার ঢাকা থেকে আসলে স্থানীয় জায়গায় যেতে হয়েছে রিপোর্ট করতে, কারণ ডিসি, এসপি বা স্থানীয় রাজনীতিবিদদের ভয়ে তারা রিপোর্ট করতেন না অনেক সময়, বা করতে পারতেন না, ঢাকা থেকে যেতে হতো। কিন্তু স্থানীয়ভাবে একজন পুলিশের প্রধান, একজন পুলিশ কমিশনার, একজন র্যাব প্রধান কখন এরকম এত শক্তিশালী হয়ে উঠলো, ওই জায়গাটা কি আপনি একটু লোকেট করতে পারেন যে এবারে এক্স্যাক্টলি কার আমল থেকে আইজি সাহেবরা মন্ত্রী সাহেবের চেয়ে বেশি ক্ষমতাবান হয়ে উঠলেন?
আমার কাছে আসলে 2014 সালের নির্বাচনের পরে এই জিনিসটা খুব বেশি মনে হয়েছে। এর কারণ হলো যে 2013-14 সন 2013-14 সন পর্যন্ত তখনও মন্ত্রী, পলিটিক্যাল যে পাওয়ার, যেমন ধরেন মহিউদ্দিন খান আলমগীর সাহেব যতদিন স্বরাষ্ট্র মন্ত্রী ছিলেন, বেনজির সাহেবদের মতো মানুষ স্বরাষ্ট্র মন্ত্রণালয়ে পেট ঝুলিয়ে ওই বারান্দায় ঘোরাফেরা করবেন, এত বড় দুঃসাহস তার ছিল না। আমি এটা লিখে দিতে পারি। এমনকি সাহারা খাতুন ছিলেন খুবই ভদ্র, নম্র, কিন্তু আমি তার বাসায় যখনই সন্দর্ভ, অনেক রাতে আমরা গিয়েছি, সেখানে সাংবাদিক, পলিটিক্যাল যারা পার্সোনালিটি আছে, মন্ত্রী, এমপি, তারা যেতেন এবং আমরা আলোচনা করতাম। সেখানে সেই রুমের মধ্যে কোনো আইজি সাহেব ঢুকবেন বা কোনো পুলিশ কমিশনার ঢুকবেন, আমি সাহারা খাতুনের জমানাতে এই ঘটনাটা কখনো দেখিনি 2014 সাল পর্যন্ত। বরং আমরা সাহারা খাতুন যদি কোনো আইজি সাহেবকে টেলিফোন করতেন, আইজি সাহেব ফোনটা করেই আবার সে মন্ত্রণালয়ে আসার চেষ্টা করতেন। তো এতটুক সেখানে মানে নূর মোহাম্মদ সাহেবের মতো আইজি সাহেব ছিলেন, ভেরি স্মার্ট। তো আমি তো নূর মোহাম্মদ সাহেবকে কখনো সাহারা খাতুনের সঙ্গে তার যে প্রোটোকলে আমি কখনোই,
আমার মনে হয় যে রনি ভাই খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ একটা কথা বলেছেন। রনি ভাই, একটা আমি একটু প্রণবদা কেটে যেতে চাই। প্রণবদা, প্রথম কথা, আপনি রনি ভাইয়ের সাথে একমত কিনা বর্তমানে আইজি সাহেবরা অনেক মন্ত্রীর চেয়েও ক্ষেত্র বিশেষ অনেক পাওয়ারফুল, এবং স্থানীয় পর্যায়ে যারা মাঠ পর্যায়ে যারা কর্মকর্তা রয়েছেন তারা সম্রাট আকবরের মতো পাওয়ারফুল? দ্বিতীয় কথা, এই পাওয়ারের সূচনাটা মোটামুটি ভাবে শুরু হয়েছে 2014 সালের পরে। এই দুইটা বিষয় আপনার একটা আমি মন্তব্য শুনতে চাই প্রণবদা।
না, আমি প্রথমত খুব সাধারণীকরণ বা সরলীকরণের পক্ষে নই, কারণ এটা আইজির ব্যাপার না, এটা এসপির ব্যাপার না, এটা ব্যক্তি বিশেষ। 64 জন এসপি একই রকম আচরণ করে না বাংলাদেশের, এবং যে আইজিদের কথা আমরা বলছি সকল আইজি একরকম আচরণ করে না। সকল আইজি কিন্তু বেনজির আহমেদ নয়, এটা কিন্তু স্পষ্ট করে বলতে হবে। সরলীকরণ করে বক্তৃতা দিতে পারবেন আপনি টক শোতে, কিন্তু এটা কোনো, এবং একজন রিপোর্টারের সঙ্গে একজন বক্তার যে পার্থক্য হয়, আপনি খালিদ মহিউদ্দিন অনেকগুলো জিনিস কাগজপত্র পেয়ে যাবেন, কিন্তু যতক্ষণ পর্যন্ত যুক্তি দিয়ে আপনি প্রমাণ করতে না পারবেন কাগজপত্রে, ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত কিন্তু আপনি রিপোর্ট করতে পারবেন না। কিন্তু একজন রাজনৈতিক নেতা কিন্তু একটা বক্তৃতা দিয়ে দিতে পারবে। ফলে এটা হলো গণমাধ্যমের সাথে রাজনৈতিক কর্তৃপক্ষের পার্থক্য। ফলে আপনি বলতে পারবেন, এমনকি যেটা টক শোতেও বলা যায় সেটাও কিন্তু আপনি রিপোর্ট করতে পারবেন না, কারণ আপনার চিফ রিপোর্টার, আপনার নিউজ ম্যানেজার, আপনার সম্পাদক কিন্তু প্রমাণ চাইবে। আপনার নিশ্চয়ই মনে আছে যে হাওয়া ভবন যে প্রতি 1 লাখ টাকা যাইতো সিএনজি আপনি রিপোর্ট করেছিলেন, আমাদের কত কষ্ট করে সেটা প্রমাণ করে কাগজপত্র নিয়ে সেই রিপোর্ট করতে হয়েছে। বা এমনকি আপনি, আমি জানি না তখন আপনি ছিলেন মনে হয়, জর্জ মিয়া নাটকের জন্য আমাদের রিপোর্ট করার জন্য কতদিন অপেক্ষা করতে হয়েছে এবং তার জন্য কি কি প্রমাণ আমাদেরকে সংগ্রহ করতে হয়েছিল। প্রথম আলো আমি সহকর্মীর জন্য আমি সুযোগটা নিলাম, আপনি আমার সহকর্মী ছিলেন, আপনি কিছুটা জানেন। ফলে সংবাদ তৈরি করা, রিপোর্ট প্রচার করা এবং বক্তৃতা দেওয়ার মধ্যে অনেক পার্থক্য আছে। এই যে আপনি বলেন যে আইজিরা, সকল আইজি তো একরকম না, সকল ডিআইজিও একরকম না, এমনকি সকল এসপিও একরকম না।
না, আপনি ঢালাও করে
560টা উপজেলায় যদি 550 ওসি থাকে, সকল ওসির আচরণ একরকম না। অনেক ওসির বিরুদ্ধে নিউজ হয়, এখন অনেক এসপির বিরুদ্ধে নিউজ হয়, এমনকি এসপিরা যদি দুর্ব্যবহার করে তার বিরুদ্ধে নিউজ হয়।
ওকে প্রণবদা, তাহলে যদি আমি
পুলিশ যে একদম সবকিছুর উপরে উঠে গেছে এরকম কিন্তু না।
তাহলে যদি আমি জেনারেলাইজেশন থেকে বেরিয়ে যদি একটু পিন পয়েন্ট করি প্রশ্নটা, বেনজির আহমেদ যে বেরিয়ে আসতে পারলেন, এবং বেনজির আহমেদ আপনি বলছিলেন যে সকল আইজি বেনজির হন না, তাহলে বেনজির আহমেদ যে এরকম হইলেন, এইটার কারণ কি যে উনার বাড়ি গোপালগঞ্জ? এইটার কারণ কি উনি শেখ হাসিনার খুব প্রিয় ভালো ব্যক্তি?
এটা হলো ক্ষমতার বলয়ের সঙ্গে থাকা এবং ক্ষমতার বলয়কে ব্যবহার করা এবং এমন একটা পরিবেশ সৃষ্টি করা যে আমি দুর্নীতি বান্ধব, এটা গোলাম মাওলা রনি বললেন যে ওনার সঙ্গে আলোচনা করলে মনে হয় না। আমি রিপোর্টার হিসেবে তো আলোচনা করে আমি থেমে গেছি, আমি আর খোঁজ নেই নাই যে কোনো একটা কাগজ জোগাড় করা যায় কিনা, কোনো একটা প্রমাণ জোগাড় করা যায় কিনা যে ওনার ওয়াইফ যখন একটা টেলিভিশনে শেয়ার কিনছে তখন আমার কোনো রিপোর্টার, ডয়েচে ওয়েলের কোনো রিপোর্টার কেউ খোঁজ করে নাই যে আয়কর নথিতে তার কত আছে যেটা দিয়ে উনি এটা কিনতে পারেন।
ওকে,
এইরকম সাংবাদিকতা হয়তো হয় নাই তার ব্যাপারে, ফলে এই জন্য উনি পার পেয়ে গেছেন। কিন্তু অনেকের তো হয়েছে। জেনারেল মইনুল আহমেদ যে 6 জনকে ডিঙিয়ে সেনাবাহিনী প্রধান হয়েছিলেন, এই রিপোর্ট তো আমরা করেছি সেনাবাহিনী প্রধান হওয়া সত্ত্বেও, এটা করেছি তো আমরা। এমনকি কোর্ট মার্শাল হচ্ছে এই খবর কেউ আপনাকে বলবে না যে সেনাবাহিনীর কর্মকর্তাদের বিরুদ্ধে কোর্ট মার্শাল করা হচ্ছে, নৌবাহিনী, এটা কেউ আপনাকে বলবে না, কেউ আপনাকে বক্তব্য দিবে না, আইএসপিআর দিবে না। কিন্তু সেই নিউজ তো আমরা করতে পেরেছি, কারণ আমাদের যথেষ্ট তথ্য প্রমাণ জোগাড় করার মতো সুযোগ হয়েছিল। আমি পেরেছি, কিন্তু অন্যটা যেতে পারি নাই, সেই জন্য সেই নিউজটা হয় নাই। এখন মাহবুব রহমানের কাছে হয়তো তথ্য ছিল, কিন্তু তাকে এস্টাবলিশ করে ডেইলি স্টারে একটা নিউজ করার মতন যথেষ্ট সাক্ষ্য প্রমাণ তার হাতে হয়তো ছিল না, উনি তো আর আগার নাই, সেই জন্য জিনিসটা হয় নাই। এটা কিন্তু আইজির ব্যাপার না, এটা বেনজির আহমেদ ব্যক্তিগতভাবে হইতে পারে। এবং এখনো যে কোনো ডিআইজির বিরুদ্ধে হোক, পুলিশ কর্মকর্তার বিরুদ্ধে হোক, যদি কোনো কাগজপত্র প্রমাণ আদি পাওয়া যায়, আমি মনে করি কেউ না, আমি হয়তো না করতে পারি, আপনি না করতে পারেন, কিন্তু আরেকজন রিপোর্টার কিন্তু ঠিকই করে ফেলবে। এবং সেইভাবেই কিন্তু নিউজ হচ্ছে, সেইভাবেই কিন্তু এই যে আর্থিক কেলেঙ্কারি যে সমস্ত নিউজ হচ্ছে, আমি বাচ্চু সহ সেইভাবেই কিন্তু হয়েছে। কোনো না কোনো রিপোর্টার, কোনো না কোনো পত্রিকা, কোনো না কোনো টেলিভিশন কিন্তু সেটা করে
না। কিন্তু আমরা সবসময় দেখছি, আমি এই জায়গার মধ্যে আসছি, আমি একদম স্পেসিফিক এই প্রশ্নটা করতে চাই রনি ভাইকে, এবং প্রণব দাকেও আমি এইটার জবাব দিতে চাই। রনি ভাই, আমার কিন্তু একটা উপসংহার এরকম আমার টানতে ইচ্ছা করে যে বেনজির আহমেদ আসলে বেনজির হয়েছেন শুধুমাত্র তার ব্যক্তি, আপনি যেটা বলতেছিলেন যে তার ব্যক্তি যে মানে ব্যক্তিত্ব বা তার যে ব্যক্তি মানুষ, সেইটা দেখে মানুষ মুগ্ধ হয়, ব্যাপারটা এরকম আমার কাছে এটা মনে হয় না। আমার কাছে সবসময় মনে হয় যে সেটা আওয়ামী লীগের সরকারের প্রশ্রয়ী, সাক্ষাৎ তার জায়গা থেকে তাকে এই ছাড়টুকু দেওয়া হয়েছিল বলে তিনি ছাড়টুকু পেয়েছেন। এবং আমার কাছে মনে হয় সেটা আজিজ সাহেবের ক্ষেত্রে সত্য, সেটা বেনজির সাহেবের ক্ষেত্রে সত্য। সরকার এখন যতই দায় সেটাতে চেষ্টা করুক না কেন, আমি আপনার মন্তব্য একটু শুনতে চাই রনি ভাই, যে সরকারের প্রশ্রয় ছাড়া একজন বেনজির আহমেদের এরকম বেনজির হয়ে যে ওঠা সম্ভব কিনা, আসলে মানে এইটাকে আমরা বেনিফিট অফ ডাউট এরকম দিব কিনা। আমরা একটু ইয়াকে জিজ্ঞেস করেছিলাম, দর্শকদের জিজ্ঞেস করেছিলাম যে ব্যাংক খাতে, 1 মিনিট রনি ভাই আসছি, আমরা দর্শকদের জানতে চেয়েছিলাম যে ব্যাংক খাতে ভঙ্গুর অবস্থার জন্য সরকারকে দায়ী